You guys ruined it. My virgin eyes. Oh my god. Holy shit. I wanted to save a pristine reaction for chat, and then immediately, first thing that just pops, there's a bunch of stuff in chat. I didn't read any of it. I saw it, and I was like, oh, and I cleared the chat, and then I even think you could use emote mode. Ah! Try to communicate with me now with your limited emotions. Good, good, good. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful evening. So there's a dev update. That's good. Which we're going to cover here in a second. Nope. She don't have chaser. Good, good, good. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Ah. Alrighty. Don't worry, guys. I'll give you back your voice here in a second. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I have no fucking idea why. So I got these granola bars. They aren't super fantastic, and I went shopping the other day. And I got, like, the Nature Bakery fig bars that I always get. And for some strange reason, they're always fucking sold out at Walmart. I have no fucking idea why. It makes no sense. Like, they just don't have enough stock or something. But it's much cheaper than ordering off their website. Like, a lot. It's like 25% cheaper, 30%. Does Target have them? Here's Bakery. Let's see. My store. These are 6-packs? They are. So they started selling these fucking smaller packages too. Where Walmart sells a 10-pack. And it looks like it's cheaper, but it's not. They do this on their website. Their website sells 10-packs too, or 6-packs. Which is funny, because you can bulk order from their website. Right here, look at this. $5.46 for a 10-pack. I wonder if I should actually just order online and have it delivered to the store and then pick it up at the fucking store. Just to make sure they're always in stock. Yeah, and the 6-packs, like, some of these I want to try, but they're, like, much more expensive. I know it. That's literally 40% less. Is it 40% less? There you guys go. There's still subscriber only now. Good, good, good. And by the way, these are not the same as just fig bars. You can just buy fig bars. Fig bars are very cheap, but I haven't been getting them. Fig bars aren't super bad. I don't hate fig bars. I wanted to stay away from soy, or attempt to stay away from soy. I don't really think it makes a difference. Like these granola, a lot of granola bars have soy in them. These guys that I got have soy in them. I don't think it matters. I think the whole soy thing, unless you're taking something that has a shitload of soy in it, like eating tofu or something, I don't think it matters. Soy flour. It's usually soy lecithin than it has in it. Have it. It's very rare. Actually, does this have it? Normally they do. These are just cheap fig bars. There it is. But these guys do not. It is pretty rare, even in the upscale fruit stuff, to get something without soy in it. Nope. Let's not have it. Let me grab my coffee, guys. And we will continue on. You're back. They are. Dry syrup healthier than corn syrup? I have no idea. The only thing I was trying to stay away from was, there's a lot of stuff in here. Only thing I was trying to stay, I'm not a health nut, by the way. The only thing I was trying to stay away from was soy lecithin, which is in basically every prepackaged food in existence. And honestly, as I mentioned before, I don't really think it makes a difference, but I tried it out anyways. And it just turned out that these are just really tasty snacks and relatively filling. These, the brownies, by the way, these guys over here are made out of fig bars. Or not figs, dates. Even though it looks like it's a brownie, it's actually made with dates. Very good. These are always fucking sold out when I go to the store. And these are 10 packs, and for some strange reason, they sell the 6 packs on their website, and they don't really sell them in the store. Or, they don't sell the 10 packs in the store, or at, like, most stores. What's the fucking name of the grocery store around here? Is it Triggs? Triggs is a grocery store around here. We try not to, this. Why am I over here? That's not where I live. Enhance. Enhance. Metro. I don't go there at all, but they exist. Let's see. Nature's Bakery. Relatively expensive, too. And they sell the 6 counts, too, just like Target. Look at this. For $4.50, or you can get a 10-pack for $5.46. It seems to be the new thing that they're doing with inflation. Oh, 18 for $10. Ooh. What is that? Probably... $0.55 a piece. That's basically the same price as this. They sell a mega pack. They have strawberry too. I want to try the strawberry, but that's a 6-pack. These are generally pretty expensive to begin with, and then they just make it even more expensive. Yeah, shrinkflation is what they're calling it now. Yep. Dates too much. I don't normally eat dates, and I don't think I ever had a date up until I tried those brownie bars, and I didn't realize they were dates until I ate them. And I was like, this is actually pretty good. Yeah, shrinkflation is what they're calling it now. So instead of increasing the price of goods, they're reducing the number of goods and packages. Got 'em. Fucking got 'em. Consumers will never know what hit them. Actually, most won't. Actually, to be fair, they do stuff like that because it actually works, so... Yeah. Like if I go online to their website and order from their website, even if I get like their mega pack where I just buy like 72 bars or something like that, it's actually still more, it's like 80 cents per bar. So it's still more expensive than buying from Walmart. Yeah, so this is their mega pack. It's actually kind of amazing that they even have a mega pack that's as cheap as the 10 packs from Walmart. 18 pack. Oh, there's an 18 pack there that's cheaper now. Fuck. 18 count, 2 ounces. Ooh. I don't think these are pickup local. So I think I can get them shipped to the store. Let's see, in store. Stop doing that. Change store. Store. I think they do exist. Low stock. Uh-oh. Show if it's in stock. I think it does. It's just in stock. Sometimes... Oh. I like when they put the aisle on it. Sometimes stuff's in really weird fucking spots in stores, and it makes no sense. It actually does exist in the store near me. Down once again. I always have the generic flavors in the big box. Yeah, so still basically the same price as going to Walmart. In stock, in stock. Whenever I go there, they are definitely not in stock. Either they need to restock them, or they're just like, there's like 1 or 2 flavors. I think last time I went there's 3. Let's see. Can I just sort by brand? Nature's Bakery. There we go. There's also these, the crumbles. They're kind of messy though. Also very good. Maybe it's just everyone knows that they're good and always buys them. It's kind of weird. Maybe because this is a cheaper option, they limit the stock of Walmart, so they're using it as a promotional stuff to get you to buy it from a more expensive source. Ah, like, so if you have to understand, I know it sounds kind of crazy, you have to understand if you're a smaller brand, and Nature's Bakery is not a big brand, by the way, at least as far as I know. If you're a smaller brand and you don't have, like, let's say the same amount of production as Kellogg's, right? Or some sort of Multi-Meal or some sort of other big company that produces a shitload of product, like, you have to find more creative ways of making more money. And it makes me wonder if this is like a promotional thing where they try to limit the amount you can get in the store and then you go online to basically buy it. It's much more expensive online. It's, as I mentioned before, this is 55 cents per bar, or per 2-pack, and online they're 80 cents per 2-pack, even if you get the biggest option. These are very expensive too. What is that? It's 5. You get 6 for $5. That's like buy 6, 83 cents a piece. Yeah, and on their website, they're also very expensive. Oh, yeah. You go over here, you do this guy. Super big box. Cookies, yes, track me. Yeah. They're all 6-packs, I believe. Here. So for $57.60, you get 72 bars. $0.80, so it's a tiny discount compared to buying in the store. It says 20% off, but it's not 20% off. Good for them. 36 bars for almost $1 a piece. Yikes. There's some flavors here like I want to try, like strawberry and the apricot. The pomegranate, even if it's gluten-free. Sometimes gluten-free stuff can be good. Usually it's not. Most of the time gluten-free stuff tastes like dirt. I had a friend that had celiac disease and yeah. Or gluten intolerance. I have another one that has celiac disease, but I had a friend that's gluten intolerant, and basically gluten-free food literally tastes like dirt. I'm not even joking about that. I've tried, like he brought a gluten-free pizza over, and it literally tasted like dirt. Yeah. Not joking about that. I don't pity people with gluten intolerance. It's not even the same thing as like lactose intolerance. It's pretty bad. Gluten's like in everything too. How the fuck did I even get on this? I don't even know. I was talking about my granola bars I was eating. DVD dev update. Let's take a look at the dev update, guys. Okay. Good. Let's change categories here. Since we're covering the dev update, I'm ready. We'll use Charles to read this for us.
Google
Yep.
Late last month, we revealed possibly the largest balance patch in Dead by Daylight's history along with an overhaul to the progression system. We've kept an extra close eye on feedback since these updates hit the public test build (PTB) last week. In this special edition of the developer update, we'll be covering all the changes we'll be making to the mid-chapter following the 6.1.0 PTB. If you haven't already, be sure to check out our June developer update for more information on what's changing in the upcoming mid-chapter, or watch our mid-chapter preview livestream.
Let's see if they completely fuck killers, guys. Okay.
Progression. We'd like to start things off by talking about the overhauled progression system, in which perks are unlocked immediately through prestige rather than needing to be found in the Bloodweb. While these changes make it far easier to collect the various perks on all your characters, we've received some feedback regarding the difficulty of obtaining add-ons. To remedy this, we'll be making a few changes. First, we have increased the blood point caps per category to 10,000 from 8,000. By increasing these caps, you can potentially earn up to 40,000 blood points per match instead of 32,000, allowing...
That doesn't make up for it. We've talked about this before, guys. With the rarity of some add-ons, it's not about the color of the add-on, it's about the rarity in the blood web, and some items are much more rare than other items. We've talked before about the BP killer tax, if you guys didn't know about that, in which, for instance, if you want to get the memorial, the green memorial for Shape, which is almost a requirement on his character, it'll take you somewhere around 150 to 200,000 BP. I know it sounds insane because the perk itself costs 6,000, but the cost of the cost of the blood web is part of the cost for the item. It's the effective cost. So if you get a memorial in which it only drops in 1 in 3 blood webs, each blood web's about 50,000 apiece. And if it takes you 3 blood webs to regularly find an add-on, and I know this sounds crazy, but it's not, because we've talked about this multiple times, if it takes you 3 blood webs to find a super rare add-on, it is going to be significantly longer. It's going to take you significantly longer to find the thing, and it's going to cost a lot fucking more, right, as a result. Which is where the effective cost of the memorial, for instance, is the one I always use. The memorial is about 150,000 BP. 10,000 extra BP per match or 8,000 extra BP per match does not fucking matter. It does not matter. And BHVR knows this, and they're trying to they're throwing bread to the crowds right now in order to kind of like, there. It's just the same thing as like their answer to totems was a perk that allows you to break them, despite the fact that you have no idea where the fuck if someone's going to be taking a boon totem perk, and you have no idea whether or not it's even going to fucking matter, so most people aren't going to take it. And then they'll just go find another boon. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. And they can just literally just boon across the map. It's like Undying used to be before they nerfed it and gave you 1 retry of Undying. So, yeah. Boons are still not broken, but they are very annoying, and it took them a long time to nerf Circle of Healing to an acceptable level, in my opinion. Even then, if you're a Mouse 1 killer, it might not even be acceptable for you because your chases are much longer. So, 8,000 BP means jack shit in the drop of things. Effective add-on cost is what you're looking at, and BHVR knows this because the drop rates for certain add-ons are statistically lower. Despite the color, are statistically lower than other add-ons. You can look and go through a blood web and find all these worthless green add-ons for shape, and the memorial, which you really are looking for, will not be present for 3 blood webs or 4 blood webs. It takes a long time, and it can be very expensive. Yeah, which is crazy. It's fucking crazy. Once again, BP killer tax is a thing in the game. There's a lot of other things that factor into it, but the main one that we just talked about was add-on. The effective add-on cost is 150 to 200,000 BP for an add-on. Yeah, I know, just absolutely bonkers, right? Absolutely fucking crazy. 10,000 BP means nothing. To survivors, that'd be nice, but to killers, this means jack shit. Survivors can literally go into a match naked with perks, and that's it. And they'll even come out positive where they'll get an item from the match. Imagine if you came out with positive add-ons as killer. You don't, right? There's a lot of reasons that there's a BP killer tax, and we've talked about this before, which is why it's very important to address it, because there is a killer BP tax, part of which is your earnings. The little bit of extra BP you earn as killer compared to survivor does not make up for the fact that you're using add-ons that are inherently extremely expensive, and your match cost is extremely fucking expensive compared to survivors. And that puts aside other things which we've talked about for the killer BP tax, like survivors can just stack, when all the friends get on, they stack all their fucking cakes, or they stack all their streamers, right, at the same time, so the amount you make per match is much higher because your friends can help you out. When a killer uses his cakes or flans or party streamers, I don't get more points for it besides one person, which is myself, doing it. So effectively, for each game, you can get more bang for your buck when you play with your friends compared to playing as a killer, because no one can actually give you more BP, because you can't ask the survivors to put on their fucking streamers because you have no friends because you're a killer. Surprise, right? You have no friends as a killer. Yeah, that's another part that weighs into it. And the little bit extra BP you make, it might seem exciting to survivors. I remember when my friend was telling me it's still commonplace where people will say to grind BP as killer. Do not do that. Grind BP as survivor with We're Gonna Live Forever, although I think that's changing. With We're Gonna Live Forever, and you get a shitload of BP because you can go in naked, and each match turns, especially if you're playing with friends with, stacking party streamers or something like that, each match is worth a shitload of BP. And that'll last you a long time because you don't even need to go in with an item. As I mentioned before, you can come out net positive with a better item than you went in with, or with an item that you never even had in the first place. Killers don't get to keep their add-ons. They're just gone. The only way to get to keep your add-ons is if you use a Black Ward, which is why I've talked about this before. A Black Ward is one of the best BP items in the killer web. Hands down. It doesn't matter what else you're doing, because you can get party streamers, you can get flans, you can get pudding, but it doesn't matter because at most that will give you 32,000 BP, and an add-on can be worth a lot more than 32,000 BP. It's just the way that it goes. And as I mentioned before, guys, this is very important, which is why, as I mentioned before, you should always pick up the Black Wards in your blood web. Always fucking pick up Black Wards. They're very, very important if you use in-demand or popular add-ons. My From my experience, it seems like how rare add-ons are depends on the meta, and certain add-ons that are used more often by killers will be more rare. It's not personal to you, it's personal to the meta currently with killers. So it doesn't matter what everyone else is using, or what you're using, it matters what everyone else is using. So keep that in mind. You'll probably won't run into add-ons that you want because they're actually the good add-ons that everyone uses. And certain killers only have a couple good add-ons, and that's it, and that their character is balanced around it. And despite what Otz might say about Myers being shitty, there's literally add-ons that he needs. Killers are balanced around add-ons, and that's just the way they are. Certain killers need add-ons to work, and that's just the game. It's just the game. Not all killers just become super powerful by equipping more add-ons. A lot of killers just need the add-ons that are good for their killer because that's their balance. That's just the way they included the add-ons in their game balance. And as such, you should run add-ons. You should always run add-ons if they help you out. It doesn't matter because that's just the way the game's programmed. It doesn't matter what idealistic viewpoint people are coming up with. It's just the way that it is. I always play Survivor and I play naked and I escape sometimes. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't escape, you still gain BP. And it's just, yeah, you could go in with the add-on with perks that allow you to find chests or items, and then instead of even looking through the free chests, you get even better items by searching chests, right? With like plunders or whatever it's called. Yeah. Okay, so first update is like literally throwing sand in your eyes because they want to deter you from the fact that there's an effective BP cost for certain add-ons because they're much more rare, because they program them to be much more rare. Moving on to second.
Allow you to purchase more nodes on the Bloodweb. At the same time, this allows you to earn more points in a category before capping out, making matches where you're pigeonholed into a certain role a little more rewarding. Second, in a future update, we will revisit the rarity of Bloodweb nodes after prestiging. Currently resetting to level 1 also makes common quality nodes far more common.
Yeah, no shit. So this is a hidden cost in the Bloodweb now for prestiging, is when you go through lower tier Bloodwebs, they're fucking worthless because they don't have as many options. So your overall cost of each Bloodweb is just shit because there's just nothing there that you need. You don't have options. Yeah, imagine that, guys. And for some strange reason, they don't just keep you at max level Bloodweb when you prestige. I don't know why, but we have BP killer tax, so here we are, right? Here we fucking are. Like, I don't know why they don't just keep the max level Bloodweb when you prestige. Why don't they do that? I don't care if it takes more BP to prestige again. Because, like, after, like, the first couple prestiges, that's the only thing that matters, because then you get your perks on all your characters, right? So, why would it matter after that point? Why don't they just keep you at max? It's, like, very easy to go, maybe we should just keep them at the max level Bloodweb forever. You know? Maybe we should do that instead. No, they didn't.
Favorite add-ons happen to be rare or very rare. Prestiging may have made collecting them difficult. This change will make it easier to find a wider variety of add-ons of both lower and higher rarities.
This isn't collecting. This is game balance. This is we need the add-ons. It's not collecting add-ons that are your favorite. This is part of the class. It's part of the character that's balanced that way.
Beyond add-ons, we've also received some feedback on the cost of prestiging. In the PTB, the prestige node cost 50,000 blood points. While it may not sound like much, it could take several games to afford. We are reducing the cost of this node to 20,000 blood points to make progressing a little
Most Bloodwebs
smoother.
cost about 50k.
Speaking of blood points, the 1 million cap has long been a topic for discussion, and we felt this was a fitting time to revisit it. We are raising the cap to 2 million blood points. As always, bonus blood points from things like login rewards, promo codes, or player support will exceed this cap. Finally, we've made a tweak to our catch-up mechanic, which awards you bonus prestige levels based on your progress prior to this overhaul going live. This is based on the number of perk tiers you've unlocked on a character as well as their prestige. In the PTB, we awarded 1 bonus prestige level for each prestige your characters had prior to the PTB. For the full mid-chapter release, we have increased this to 2 bonus prestige levels. This means if your character was Prestige 3 before the update, they are guaranteed to be Prestige 9 after the update, granting all the new rewards immediately. The catch-up mechanic will be limited to Prestige 9, however, even if the calculated bonus would exceed this.
Okay, gameplay changes. Oh, endurance. Oh my.
Gameplay changes when changing base mechanics and close to 40 perks in a single update. Some wacky interactions and powerful strategies are bound to appear.
Yeah.
You went into the PTB hoping the community would experiment and abuse these changes to their
Uh-huh.
fullest potential, and you did not disappoint.
Uh-huh.
Thanks to your
Oh, yeah,
feedback on the
okay.
PTB, we have a few changes in the works for the mid-chapters release.
I mean, Circle of Healing was abused in the PTB too, and they didn't give two shits about that, so... Yeah, like watching someone with a killer that literally could get people up faster than he could down them. Yeah, where people were rezzing faster than they could be downed. Yeah. Yeah, endurance stacking. Oh my god. Wow.
The endurance effect has been a hot topic for discussion since the PTB
Uh-huh.
went live. Historically, this status effect has been used very sparingly, but with the advent of new ways to get the effect, some of you made it your personal mission to chain together as many endurance effects as you could.
Yeah. So they're making it sound like this is an outlier. It's not an outlier. You probably could easily get 2 to 3 endurance effects on yourself off the hook. Yeah. It's not an outlier. They're pretending it is, but it's not. So probably planned on pushing this live, but there's a lot of people talking about it now. We talked about this exactly in the June update, on the day of the June update, patch notes. We talked, or the dev update, we talked about that specifically because it was a big deal, and people didn't figure it out until the PTB went live. So always ahead of the curve, guys, which is why you watch my channel, right?
While this is technically working as designed, avoiding multiple hits in a row is not something that we want to see. As a result, the endurance effect will no longer protect you from going down if you already have the deep wound status effect.
Good.
This effectively limits the number of hits you can avoid with endurance to 1 until you mend your wounds, keeping it as a powerful effect that can be included on various perks while providing a hard limit to how powerful it can be.
I
As
suggested
a
that.
note, you may still gain
Always
the
on my channel,
endurance
we talked
status
about it.
effect while you have deep wounds. This is intended, while it won't prevent you from avoiding a hit, it will take effect if you're able to mend your wounds while the effect is still active.
Mending is not the same thing as healing. It doesn't count as a healing action. So will not remove endurance effects. I talked about this, what, a couple times during the stream? Over the last couple week or so. As an easy way of fixing that would literally just to make it so if you mend, you can still use your endurance effect, which is still going to make it. It's still going to make it obnoxious, but it's not going to be as bad. I think mended right now is 8 seconds. DVD health states it's much faster than a heal, so you could still be obnoxious, but not as obnoxious. And that means tunneling is back on the table, kids. And that means hitting someone exactly right off the hook, because you can expect them to have an endurance effect of some kind. Let's see. I know it is not considered healing action, therefore remains unaffected by unlockables. Remember how we talked about how complicated this game is? It's very complicated, guys. With the exception of Killer Power add-on that affects its duration, this should not bleed out timer self. Should the bleed out timer run out, the affected survivor can receive damage by the killer and put into a dying state. Self-mending takes 12 seconds. Altruistic, which another survivor takes 8 seconds. So as off, if someone's mending you, it takes 8 seconds. Partial mending is saved, unfortunately. Yeah, so there's certain killers that actually affect deep wound duration. I think one is Legion. I think maybe the only killer that affects that is Legion. There's status effects. Sometimes some powers are not included. Wiki Guy, by the way, for this game, as I mentioned before, is absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Oh, they don't list it. Wait. Maybe. No? Yeah, no. I know there's a perk that affects it from Legion. Yeah, I know this is just what affects people, but doesn't show the interactions with Deep Wound. Legion. Mend. Angle, Deep Wound, Shitty, Force Penance. Another one increases mend time by 4 seconds. So it changes from 12 to 16 seconds. I don't think there's one that reduces the... I think there used to be one that reduces the mend time duration prior to his update. I believe there's a perk that made it so you had to read, like, you had like 8 seconds to mend instead of, what is it? Is 16 before you end up on the ground? Lead timer runs out. $20 for Soul Guard. I think it's 16, but it might just align with something else like healing, which is 16 seconds, which is why I think it's the case. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might have looked it up. So 16 seconds or 20 seconds for deep wound before you bleed out. Charles, go. Charles, please.
Endurance. The endurance effect has been a hot topic for discussion since the PTB went live. Historically, this status effect has been used very sparingly.
We covered this already. As a note, you may gain endurance status effect while you have deep wounds. This is intended. So you endurance stacking. Okay. So it's still there, but you have to mend, which is a pretty big deal.
Perks, while we're comfortable sending most
No,
of the
they didn't kill. They didn't kill other killers, guys. We've survived. Bravo, guys. We've survived. Yeah. If endurance stacking went live, guys, holy fucking shit.
To the live version of the game, there were a few outliers in the PTB that we wanted to take a second look at before release.
Survivors bitched enough?
As a reminder, the public test builds
Let's see if they
do
fixed
not have
anything
enough
for
players
killers.
for ranked matchmaking to work effectively. Therefore, everyone is paired together, regardless of their skill level. This can make it a little tricky to fine-tune balance during a PTB. The changes below address some glaring issues spotted during the test, but they are by no means the only changes the updated perks may receive.
I bet it's only survivors that really get
monitoring the performance
love
of each of the updated
TLC.
perks once they go live and making tweaks as needed. These tweaks would be made as soon as possible, not necessarily postponed until the next mid-chapter.
Mm-hmm. SCBFL is still meta? Yeah, well, FCBFL is still meta for me right now. If you're at high MMR, you're going to take a lot of protection hits. Even prior to patch, you should be running SCBFL. You don't even need to manage it, which is what I don't do. But regardless, survivors are still able to eat more endurance effects or more protection hits. And it's still not going to be the same thing, because if you get two people that are fucking around with you with endurance effects, they're essentially going to have faster heals, because they'll be mending endurance effects instead of a normal health state. Maybe. That takes a lot more finagling to manage. Endurance effects takes a lot more finagling than managing health states, so maybe not. But they can be more annoying.
Spine Chill now activates when the killer has a clear line of sight to you. After revealing this change, many voiced their concerns about how this would affect deaf and hard of hearing players who relied on Spine Chill as a replacement for the Terror Radius.
Oh, fuck off! Fuck off! People will oftentimes use literally any excuse to try and get a leg up. This has nothing to do with blind and deaf players in any way, shape, or form. Like a small marginal amount of the community, no way. No fucking way. No way. This is literally survivor mains just struggling to keep perks that they know are overpowered. No fucking way.
While we don't want accessibility to fall on perks, we also
Yep.
do not want to remove this aspect of the perk until we are able to implement a more permanent solution. For release, we have added a visual indicator to Spine Chill's icon that displays the terror radius strength. In the future, we would like to revisit this and implement a permanent solution that does not require a perk. Only once this happens, the terror radius indicator will be removed from Spine Chill.
Yep. That's by the way, where you talk about where I talk about aim assist not being something that should be in any video game. Any competitive video game should not have aim assist in any way, shape, or form. You should have the option of using a keyboard and mouse or a controller, and you get to pick between the two, but you won't get aim assist on the controller. Most people will go to a keyboard and mouse because it's just better. It's just a better form of input. Aim assist should not exist. The counter argument to that is, what about handicapped players that play on a controller and they need, they need to be capable of hitting. They don't actually need to be capable of hitting targets, but they need some help, right? They need a handicap, right? Yeah, no, there doesn't need to be any. There doesn't need to be a handicap for them. They can play with the controller just fine, and it's gonna suck, but it's a controller, and that's the way that it goes. Next update, Killer will have 2 stacks STB by default without the perk. Yes, it will, and it's still not going to make up for all the other garbage that they've been doing. We're covering that right now. We're getting through this, though. The big one was endurance effects. Now that is not going to be a stacking effect, which I don't know how they wouldn't have seen that would have been a stacking effect prior to the PTB launch. Once again, I think the only reason this is changing is because of the outcry where people actually realize that endurance stacking is a thing. Yeah, it's a thing, and it's not that hard to do. So they're like, yeah, okay, maybe we should change this because it's like people know that this is already broken. So, but yeah, no, this is not the outcry from the disabled community in Dead by Daylight. This is generally the outcry from Survivor mains that really want to keep their perks, and they will say and do anything to do it. Yeah, but. Good for them if they have accessibility options in the game. Good, that's great. But you don't make an entire game around a marginal or minority of your player base. It doesn't really make sense. You don't balance it around a minority of your player base because it affects everyone else. Unless maybe you want to have some sort of a system where you verify whether or not someone's actually disabled, and then you enable the option for them manually. I mean, you could do something like that if you really wanted to, but I don't think BHVR is actually that concerned. So. Dead Hard. Surprise!
Dead Hard now grants the endurance status effect when activated instead of causing you to dash. In the PTB, the duration of the status effect was set to 1 second. This gave survivors a long window to dodge a hit when Dead Hard was used. For the mid-chapters, we are reducing this to 0.5 seconds, requiring more precise timing to use effectively.
Surprise! And as I mentioned before, Dead Hard was not actually nerfed, it just made it more skillful to use, and now it is actually even more skillful because 1 second is a pretty long window when you're barely making it to a window. That's almost the same as the dash distance in terms of how long it's active for. Not quite the same, but it was very similar in terms of when someone dashes and runs forward, you have that same window in which they can just run forward and abuse it as a distance perk. 0.5 seconds is pretty liberal. If you look at average reaction times of people, it's about a 200 ms, so 0.2 seconds, so this should still be, most people should still be able to do this. I don't think this is overly aggressive. I think this is fine, and this would actually represent Dead Hard being a perk that requires more risk and reward to use it, instead of just something you can just hit a button and then be immune for a bit.
Balance aside, we've also seen some feedback on Dead Hard's animation. The PTB version of Dead Hard uses a modified version of the original animation, but this isn't ideal. In a future update, we'll replace Dead Hard's animation with a refined version designed to better match its new effect.
0.5 seconds is a dead perk. Maybe. I mean, you could just use Sprint Burst instead, right? So, the alternative a lot of people are going to use for an exhaustion perk instead of Dead Hard is going to be Sprint Burst. I wouldn't say it's dead, but I would definitely say it's much more skillful to use. Maybe they should have made it like 0.75 seconds or something. This might be too hard. Like, I've never really, like, So I've never really complained about Dead Hard BT Decisive Strike. I literally just eat them all, and I go through all the effects, and we time them, and I go Band-Aid roundabout ways of trying to get around them, like timing BT, for instance. But I've never really super complained about them. A lot of the community has complained about Dead Hard, mainly when people use it to get to loops on time, and that's definitely a thing. I mean, I see it a lot, but I've never really super complained about it. So, like, when it comes to Dead Hard balancing, I don't know if it's too much or too little. They might have to wait and see. Maybe like 0.6 seconds instead. Lithe depends on a window. Sprint burst is everywhere. And they came out with sprint burst. I think you're confusing... Martian, I think you are confusing survivors with killers. You know that Nurse is getting canceled right now, right? Not canceled as in socially canceled, but canceled as in there is a call to nerf her to the ground. And then it's Blight. And it's a text on Blight, by the way. And then I'm kind of curious who it's going to be after Blight and Nurse. So, yeah, not really the same thing here, but BT, as I call them, the Holy Trinity, BT, DHDS, are very, very common in my games. And occasionally you'll get one running all three of the Trinity, but in most matches you'll get like 3 people running 2 of them. 2 or 3 people running 2 of the 3 perks. So they're incredibly, incredibly, incredibly common. At high MMR, that is. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see on how easy this is to hit or not. 1 second is too long for sure. 0.5 seconds might be too short. This is from a killer main, by the way. Survivors are all spoiled and entitled, so there's gonna have to be some room for finagling here. You have to wait and see what happens on the live. And of course, people are just gonna have auto Dead Hard. It'll be fine. Off the record, ooh, 80-second BT. What are they going to say about this?
Off the record now grants endurance in addition to its existing effects. Some of you pointed out that, like Decisive Strike, Off the Record could give survivors a guaranteed escape once the gates are powered.
Oh.
As a result, this perk will deactivate and remove its effects once the gates are powered. As mentioned earlier in this post, the endurance effect will also no longer protect you from damage if you already have the deep wound status effect.
So still an 80-second
very
BT.
Practical to dodge subsequent hits. As with all endurance effects, the effect is cancelled prematurely if you perform a conspicuous action.
But a conspicuous action is not a protection hit, so you can still go in to save your friends with your offensive borrowed time. Okay. And this, once again, is still going to be meta. I'm pretty sure Off the Record will be meta, and everyone will be running it instead of BT. For some strange reason, people said they're going to run this instead of DS. I don't know why. You can have DS and this, and I don't know why you wouldn't run both of them. This replaces BT. And, well, you can say, oh my god, no it doesn't, because now there's BT off the hook. Yeah, you can get BT off the hook, and you can get Off the Record, too. And because it's 80 seconds, there's more than enough time for you to mend in between and still be a pain in the ass with protection hits. So, Off the Record is still going to be meta, and you're going to still get people that are going to cockblock you with it. So, they'll just run, if you aren't tunneling them, they're just going to run away and then mend, and then they're going to offensively use this perk. Overcharge. Oh, did they nerf it? Let's see.
Overcharge now causes a generator's regression to gradually speed up after you damage a generator, in addition to its existing effects. On the PTB, this was set to grow from 100% speed to 400% speed over the course of 30 seconds.
Okay.
We found this to be a little extreme, especially
So
when
they stack.
with Call of Brine causing generators to quickly lose all their progress.
Yeah.
This is particularly noticeable with solo survivors who aren't able to communicate that their nearly completed generator is regressing.
Surprise! It's almost like when you're on voice comms, it completely breaks a lot of game balance in this game. Surprise! And there's a reason that basically all high MMR players are in squads, because it makes the game much easier. Mainly because you get all the intel perks in the game literally on command all the fucking time, because you can literally just use and some that don't exist, like telling people when your exhausts are ready, or when you have status effects up, right? Surprise! People that are in Swifts and on voice comms have a huge advantage, which we've talked about before over the years. We've talked over the years at this point? Yeah. Over the years at this point. Yeah. Surprise! Surprise! It's not remotely the same. Surprise!
For the release, this is being toned down. The generator will start regressing at 75% speed and increase to 200% speed over the course of 30 seconds. If you're curious, overcharge becomes faster than the default regression after only 12 seconds. Overcharge.
But they also, by the way, don't mention 200% sounds like a lot, but you have to keep in mind normal killer progression, 100% speed regression, is a quarter of the speed of Survivor, how fast a Survivor can do it. So 200% regression speed is half the speed that a Survivor can do a gen. That means for 2 seconds of regression from the killer is 1 second of repair from the Survivor at 200% speed. They use the percentages, and it sounds like a lot, but it's not, because you can put it into context of the actual repair time of the survivors themselves. And there's 4 survivors, by the way, if you guys didn't get that, which is why it's very important to kill one of the survivors early on. It doesn't matter if it's bullshit or it's not fun. It's literally the power curve survivors goes like this. They're very powerful when they have 4 players. My fingers don't go like that. It's logarithmic. It's very powerful at the beginning of the curve when there's 4 survivors in the game. You kill one survivor, and they lose a lot of their power curve in terms of their ability to do generators, to heal, to distract the killer, to save their friends, to repair, to cleanse totems, to do everything in the game. There's a lot less of a chance of them getting out when you remove that one survivor. We've talked about the power curve in the game a lot. A lot of people assume it's linear. It's not. That's why there's a hatch at one survivor, because it's a mercy for the survivors that are in the game. Because there's almost no way that you're going to finish the generator and get out. Maybe with the new perk, but there's almost no way that you're going to finish the generator and get out with one survivor in the game. 2 survivors is basically, unless the gen's almost done, or the gates are powered, is basically also done. 3 survivors, it is completely possible, especially with a Swift or a 4-man coordinated squad. It is very possible with 3 people to get out still. So, yeah, a lot of people don't really understand, but the power curve, which we've talked about before, is very important. Like, my fingers can't go. It's not, this is a linear. Linear is flat, right? Logarithmic is more like this. It goes whoop, like that. So the power curve for survivors is very high, and then when they get down to the bottom, they taper off super fast, which is why it's, once again, very important to get a survivor out of the game. But anyways, they say 200% speed over the course of 30 seconds. That is normal regression speed, which is based on a 4-to-1 ratio. So 200% regression is half the speed the survivor can do a generator. And, like, I don't think a lot of people realize this because, once again, they use percents here, but it's half the speed of a normal survivor repairing a generator. Which people are like, oh my god, 200%, that's so amazing. No, that's ridiculous. It's not, because a survivor can repair at 4 times the speed a killer can regress a generator. So, yeah, that's why regression perks like Pain Resonance, Pop Goes the Weasel, mainly those 2. Surge does not count. Or Jolt. Jolt is terrible. Eruption's still fucking terrible. You'll see killers talk about it. It's not good. You have to hit 3 generators with Jolt for it to be the equivalent of current Pop Goes the Weasel, and it's still not, because it's 24% instead of 25%. It's not the same thing, and the fact that you'll almost never be able to hit 3 generators at the same time, yeah. And the very fact that you could literally just hook a survivor and get 25%, yeah. At 99, it'll take 2 minutes to go to 0, yep. And by the way, there are perks that allow you to see when a generator is regressing, so if the survivors really wanted to, it's entirely possible for them to use an intel perk that would allow them to see when a generator is regressing. But when you're in a Swift, you don't need that perk, and when people are in normal games, you also don't need that, or people choose not to take that perk, and as such, their game will suffer because of it. Because this game was not balanced around voice comms, it was balanced around solo survivors. Because voice comms were not on the table, and they still absolutely break this game. Even after all this time, they absolutely break this game. There's so many intel perks in the game, and you need almost none of them when you're playing in a Swift. If your Swift is more laid back and chill, you might see Kindred, especially Spine Chill, because Spine Chill has some extra effects that are useful. But if your Swift is sweaty or just communicates, is verbose on voice comms, you need no intel perks, which is why you'll never see them at high MMR when you're playing against Swifts, because they don't need them at all. They'll just throw them out. And as such, they basically get 4 free... They get all the intel perks in the game, and then they get 4 free perk slots on top of it. It's kind of crazy how that works, huh? Weird.
Charge can still be combined with Call of Brine to offset the reduced speed.
Okay. So maybe it can regress at 400%? Maybe, so 400% would be the normal speed that survivors repair at, I guess. So this is basically new meta, which is why Pain Resonance and Pop are kind of phased out. Is now going to be replaced by Overcharge and Call of Brine. Botany knowledge. There's a lot of stuff that stacks, guys, and endurance effects are not done, despite the fact that they can't stack, because they're still We're Gonna Live Forever, and everything applies endurance effects now. And then you can also There's nothing in the game that allows you to mend faster besides someone helping you. That mend does not count as a healing action, and as such is not influenced by healing actions. Hopefully, unless they change it.
Botany knowledge increases your healing speed far more than before, but no longer provides medkit efficiency. While this change made the perk more appealing to the healers out there, it could be a little too powerful with medkits. To remedy this, Botany knowledge will receive a 20% efficiency penalty to medkits. While this may sound minor, even a slight reduction to efficiency can cause medkits to run out of charges before you can finish a heal.
Yeah. So preventing medkits from getting too OP, they're already pretty powerful, by the way.
Distortion prevents your aura from being revealed to the killer and can now be recharged by staying inside their terror radius. As a small quality of life improvement, Distortion will now have an audio cue when a token is used. This will make the effects harder to miss.
Okay. So they're helping people manage their charges. I also said that Lucky Break is going to become meta too, because it's based on healing a survivor. What is Lucky Break based on now? You can recharge it. Yeah, it's based on healing a survivor, and you get 8 seconds of Lucky Break for 50% heal, which is insanely good. Because that's basically, if the killer loses you for 8 seconds with Lucky Break, you're basically scot-free. Because 8 seconds of run speed and distance will be almost, the killer will be almost unable to track you. And if he's still tracking you, it's not going to matter. Even less than that, I'd say like 5 seconds of this doesn't even have a name for it. 5 seconds of basically stealth. I don't know what to call it. Basically, you get no scratch marks, no blood pools, you make no noise. So it's everything. So 5 seconds of stealth is even enough to get you out of danger with Lucky Break, and that's, I don't know how long that is in healing.
Iron Will now reduces your grunts of pain by 75%
Iron Will
rather than
criers?
making you silent, and no longer works while exhausted. We've seen some feedback concerning the volume of certain survivors compared to others, causing this perk to be less effective on survivors with louder grunts of pain. In a future update, we will be reviewing the volume levels of each survivor's grunts to ensure that each of them can make use of this perk.
They're normalizing survivor volume. No more Jeff. No more Jeff huffing in your ear. Aww. And I wonder if that means they're going to normalize on the lowest volume or on the highest volume. Good question. But actually important. So all the survivors are basically going to be the same volume, which actually, it sounds fucking weird because it is, but that matters in this game. So, interesting. I got kind of curious what that's going to entail. Very interesting. I'm glad they're doing that. And this is in general needed because that's like that is arguably the one benefit you can get from certain survivors to other survivors. Is there's two benefits. One is putting aside perks, which don't matter a lot. One is their sound, and then the other one is the color of their skin. I know, oh my god, color of skin, oh geez. Yeah, because it turns out if you're a darker shade, you can actually blend in with darker stuff a lot easier than a light shade. There's no albino maps. There's, like, what? You could argue maybe Ormond being the only one? You could maybe Ormond, but there's no Arctic Warfare skins. So even if you're playing like the lightest shade ginger character, which I don't think even one exists in the game, I don't think there's a completely like super white albino character. There's darker skinned characters, but there isn't an albino character. Even if you play like an albino character, you don't have the entourage, the camo to go with it. So playing on an Arctic map doesn't matter. There's a lot of dark clothing though. Like I played Claudette because she blended in with a lot of different things, especially if you're playing a forest map and you play like use like the browns as borderline like they have a name for it, like wood camo. There's a military term for it, like wood camo. You basically have like a super camo outfit or a super stealth outfit compared to some other survivors, and that actually matters. You might think it doesn't, but it definitely makes a difference. Like the two things that separate survivors from each other, other than them being just reskins, is noise they make and then the color of their skin. And that matters a lot because it determines whether or not people are going to look past you or not. If you're hiding in a corner. And stealth still matters in this game, unless you're playing against someone that's using like an aura reading perk, which most killers won't. Aura reading perks or they're cheating, it still matters. Blend it. Yep. She has natural camo. True story. Let's see. Inner focus. Notice how basically most of these benefit survivors. All these changes benefit survivors except for the dead hard change. Let's take a look at this. Inner focus.
Inner focus was unchanged on the PTB, but it will be receiving a small tweak in time for the release. Currently, inner focus allows you to see the scratch marks of other survivors within 32 meters. We're removing the range requirement entirely, letting those with a keen eye spot distant scratch marks too.
I want that for killer. I want that for killer. What's a perk that allows you to see scratch marks better, but isn't really that useful? Not Bloodhound. Bloodhound's the one for blood pools. There's one for scratch marks, and it's completely worthless. I want that for killer, where you can see scratch marks across the map. Why can't we get that? Why can't we get that perk, guys? Scratch marks. Nope. Yeah, stacking too. No, where is it? General perks has its own category now. What the fuck is this? They move them? Wait, what? They move when did they do this? Oh no. I think I've just looked past perks. I think they have their own category now, don't they? Is this included in all the perks? Oh no. Like when I look through the perk list, I just scrolled down. I don't know when they did that. Oh, no, it's here. Okay. Okay. I'm starting to worry that I just missed out on, like, a handful of perks and never included them because they're in their own list now. Okay. Where's scratch marks? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm literally right on it. Predator. Scratch marks left by survivors are spawned slightly, moderately, considerably closer together. Oh boy. Yeah, there it is. There's the perk that no one uses. Too bad you can't see scratch marks from across the map, right? Yeah. So a killer with a keen eye can figure out where survivors are. Oh, no, you wouldn't want that. Continue monitoring the updates once mid-chapter goes live and changes needed. Okay. So quickly recapping here, guys. It looks like all the killer stuff... Basically, the update to perks is survivor-sided, except they removed endurance stacking, which was insane and game-breaking. Definitely insane and game-breaking. Besides removing endurance stacking, which should not have been a thing, every one of the changes here is survivor-sided, except for Dead Hard update. They did nerf botany knowledge. There's also botany knowledge, 20%. And Iron Will depend on whether or not it's going to be normalized around lowest volume or highest volume or somewhere in between. This could be a buff or a nerf. It really depends on how they change survivor sounds. This will either be a buff or a nerf to survivors. I want to see scratch marks from across the map. I don't know if you can as a killer right now. I'm pretty sure you can't. There's a render range on scratch marks. I mean, Endurance Effect also had... No. Okay, Endurance Effect also had its... no longer lasts after exit gates are powered. Overcharge got nerfed. Pretty heavily. Fine Chill is a sidestep. Might not even be a buff. That they made it very much like a visual indicator only for people that need it, instead of something where it's just on all the time, like it used to be. It's more of something that's about accessibility, which is good. They found a line to walk with Spine Chill instead of just reverting changes. Maybe not. I take that back. Overcharge got a heavy nerf. Dead Hard got nerfed again. Yeah. Progression is still shit for killers. Because once again, I don't know why they don't just give you a full blood web at level 1 when you prestige. I guess you gotta redo that part where you basically get no benefit. Okay. Visual changes. Is this just all random shit? Yeah.
Visual changes. The progression overhaul came paired with several new cosmetic details, including new charms and effects. Unfortunately, the feedback to some of these new elements in the PTB was less than stellar. We want these rewards to feel like a satisfying payoff for the effort they take to earn, so we've taken your feedback into consideration and iterated on each of them. Perk charms reaching Prestige 7, 8, and 9 will each unlock one of that character's unique perks as a charm, allowing you to showcase both your favorite perks and your dedication to your favorite characters. On the PTB, these charms have the perks icon on a red background. While these certainly stood out in a match, many felt they lacked the flair that such a reward should have. Going forward, these charms will have a purple background like the actual Tier 3 perk and feature a golden border.
What? Okay. Also, that's not the same color purple that they use for perks. I guess their pink means they're better. So. Okay. Uh,
Character portrait effect. Those who reach Prestige 3 prior to the progression overhaul will receive a special effect on their character's portrait to commemorate their achievement. On the PTB, this effect appeared as yellow orbs drifting across their portrait. For the full release, this effect has been replaced entirely with animated scratch marks. Additionally, the effect will appear between the character and the background rather than on top of the character. As with on the PTB, you can disable this effect in the options menu if desired.
Okay.
Prestige icons. With Prestige now extended all the way to 100, we unveiled some new icons to showcase your Prestige level. This icon becomes more intricate and lavish the further you raise your Prestige level.
Ooh.
We've made some slight improvements following.
Wasn't long enough, that's what she said.
Following the PTB and added gold trim to all Prestige icons, giving even the lowest Prestiges some well-deserved flair.
Yeah. They've added more cracks, guys. More cracks and things on the outside. Just like Warzone and Battlefield. Good. Round and cracks, guys. Oh my god, and 100 looks like an iridescent thing. Oh jeez. With that, we've reached the end of this special edition developer update. The mid-chapter is expected to release later this month, so still in July. As always, please be sure to share your feedback with us once you've changed these, give these changes a try. Dead by Daily Team, okay? So, yeah, no, yeah, I'd say, I said this was Survivor-sided. Going back on that, I don't think it's super Survivor-sided. They addressed things that really need to be addressed. Overcharge did get nerfed, but I think that was expected. Endurance definitely got nerfed, which is good. As I mentioned before, they put Circle of Healing live, so I expected Endurance changes to go live too. Even though you shouldn't, it should never go live. I was basing that on Circle of Healing, and they changed it, which is good. That's good. That's what good developers should do, is get rid of that. And they changed it exactly the way that I mentioned, which is to just allow you to keep the Endurance effect, but you can't use it if you have a deep wound. Solved. Fix the glitch, guys. Otherwise, yeah. Everything was kind of tweaks, more or less. Iron Will, this will be a huge change. It depends on whether or not, what volume level they normalize Survivor sounds around. Once again, Jeff is incredibly loud, and I think, Feng is one of the quietest survivors. I think on the two opposite ends of the spectrum, you have Jeff, and then Feng, or maybe Claudette. And I don't know, I've played this game, guys. I have, a couple thousand hours in the game at this point? 1,000 hours? 1,500 hours in the game? Check. For what that's worth. Everyone brags about their playtime, so I have to talk about my playtime. We're at 1,500 hours now. Oh no, you only have 1,500 hours. You suck at the game. Yeah, I know. Too bad you can't figure out the number of 4Ks you got in the game. Yeah, so you have the loudest survivor, which is Jeff, and you have like the quietest survivors like Feng. I've played this game for a shitload of time, guys, and I still can't hear survivors breathing. I don't know when anyone is, unless they're literally right next to me on the other side of a wall, I can't hear them breathing. It is next to impossible, and then the walls will muffle breathing sounds too. So unless they're literally right next to you, like just hiding in a corner, you generally don't hear them, or I don't fucking hear them, and it really doesn't fucking matter. Grunts of Pain are different, and one of the reasons Iron Will is so powerful is because it hides survivors that are crying, basically hides crying survivors, and they changed it. Devs are killer sided now? Apparently, yeah, because they didn't go hands down on one side or the other. Yeah, Overcharge, I can see them nerfing that, so like I'm not hurt about that. They did not revert or adjust any of the other nerfs to killer. The endurance change was very big, and this needed to be done. Endurance stacking is still stacks, but you can't take another endurance effect if you have a deep wound. I don't know if they'll survive or last through getting hooked, which will be a curious thought too, is whether or not you can keep them after you go down or after you end up on the hook. Will be very curious if there's still things that allow you to stack even more endurance effects. Like you just get to keep your 80-second endurance effect when you're on the hook. I don't know. We'll wait and see. Yeah, most of the stuff was needed. The spine chill change, I really hope that they can find a comfortable in-between. You know, if accessibility does not affect and give you a huge advantage, I don't care if people have an accessibility option. Good for them. However, if they're using this, survivors are using this as a roundabout way to avoid spine chill getting nerfed, they can kindly fuck off. Yeah. I can hear them breathing, aka if I have ESP, yep, or a wall hack, another word for that, or cams. It depends on what vicinity of the internet you are listening to. ESP can be other things though. ESP in the form of cheats, like in Counter-Strike, will not necessarily be a wall hack. For instance, in Counter-Strike, ESP, depending on which cheat you're looking at, ESP can include a line drawn from the barrel. ESP being extrasensory perception. So if you are looking over here down a hallway, right? You're on the side of the wall looking down a hallway, and someone appears behind you, it will draw a laser beam off of their gun barrel so you can see where the player is aiming. So if the player sweeps in front of you, you can see that there's a player behind you because there's a laser beam in front of you. It's like literally having a laser beam in front of you, and then you immediately know there's someone behind you. It's like having a rear view mirror. You never know that the player was there unless you had ESP. Or sometimes they'll give you an audio cue if someone's aiming at you. Stuff like that. So ESP generally includes things outside of a wall hack. Wall hack is very basic, right? But ESP being something that allows you to see and extrasensory perception, being able to see behind you or around you, being aware of your surroundings in a way that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Just kind of a small nuance there, because ESP can be different from a wall hack. Cams is generally just a wall hack, though. Yeah. It always kind of strikes me as weird when someone says, "Oh, I can hear them breathing," and you can turn up the sound as loud as you want. Generally, listening to that, and you won't hear them breathing. It's a little bit different when they're in a locker and suffering, right? When they're hurt, that's different. But when these people say they can hear them breathing, I have tried so hard to hear people breathe and it doesn't work. So I don't know. You can hear them when they're right next to you and not out, like on another side of a wall will muffle sound very heavily. But if they're like right next to you in a hallway or something, you might be able to hear them. But that's very, very close. So Iron Will, this will be curious on what they normalize the sound around. Whether it will be normalized around the loudest, the softest, or it might just be somewhere in between. It's probably they might take a bipartisan approach, just somewhere in between. You guys, interesting. So this actually, most of these changes were meaningful. I'm glad they addressed endurance stacking in a good way. Prestiging is still broken, and as such, there's effective cost. There's still a BP killer tax in the game, and the new progression system will actually make it worse for players that have played this game for a significant amount of time, because you're not going to care about getting your perks faster. However, you will definitely care about being able to get add-ons your killer is balanced around, because you need them. You fucking need them. And honestly, like, I don't know why the fuck they're doing this. Just make it so that you have a level 50 blood web when you reset. Oh, there's not much more to that. Why wouldn't you just make it so a player has what they originally had? I don't fucking know, but there's already a BP killer tax in the game, so. Okay. We're gonna move on. Not as much to cover here as I thought. The important one here is endurance stacking was removed. Your endurance stacking well deep wound was removed. So that is very important. Dead Hard got a further buff, and it might be too much, or a nerf, and it might be too much of a nerf. Overcharge got a nerf, but it'll play with Call of Brine, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of killer perks that are not synergetic because they're programmed to not be synergetic. Like, instead of stuff being based on your terror radius, it's instead based off of a set distance from hooks or your location. And they do that on purpose, so you can't synergize your perks as a killer. Fuck solo queue a lot. Why would you say that it would fuck solo queue any more than the game's already fucked solo queue? Like, why would it be worse for solo queue? It helps. So, like, fucking would mean it's like you have neutral, right? A neutral alignment. Fucking means it's negative, so the update will actually make it worse for solo survivors compared to what it currently is. Neutral would be where it currently is, which is what I would say is kind of the case. And then it buffs Swifts because of coordinated interactions. But I didn't see anything that would... I mean, killers are going to have a benefit just in general, which might hurt solo survivors. I do think off-the-record meta is going to get around, so I don't see that being a problem. I mean, the endurance stacking already got out. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of perk options for survivors where killers didn't really get much of anything back. They nerfed a lot of killer. They nerfed tunneling. They nerfed regression, spine chill, and not spine chill, pain resonance and pop. And then they also nerfed slugging because We're Gonna Live Forever, for instance, has endurance effects on it. They nerfed slugging pretty heavily too. And then they gave us 2 stacks STBFL, which is next to nothing, and a half-powered brutal strength. And then they nerfed STBFL, if you guys aren't aware of that. I don't know if they changed it, but it's multiplicative instead of additive. So because they give you 2 stacks of STBFL, it's not actually STBFL. The effects of STBFL are actually less now because it's multiplicative instead. Bloodlust only matters in really rare cases. It does not start sooner, it only stacks faster. And that's not really a big deal. If you're getting to 1 stack of Bloodlust, that means there's probably something wrong, which is why it exists in the first place. DS deactivates sooner. You mean the stuns less? It is. But I don't think that's a problem. There's a lot of endurance effects in the game. Saying the killer got something good from the update. We'll see. I don't think solo survivors got fucked. I think the update is much more helpful to coordinated swifts. For sure. But I don't think solo survivors got fucked any more than they're already currently fucked by being a solo survivor. Which is to say, the game is balanced around them being a solo survivor and not around swifts. No. Like, I don't think they got fucked any more than usual. I still think it's a survivor-sided update. the big elephant in the room was the endurance stacking, and they got rid of this. So maybe this might clear up a lot of problems. But it'll be curious to see how coordinated Swifts at high MMR manage endurance stacking, where they might actually go out of their way to still throw endurance stacking at you if they have a chance to heal out of combat. So they get in the way of someone that's being tunneled, and then they mend, and then they go back in. Because the mend, for instance, a normal heal is 16 seconds, a mend is 12 seconds. If someone heals you, it's 8 seconds with a mend. That's almost no time. And depending on the routing, too, survivors will route back over the top of their friends for an intercept. Stuff you could never hope to do in a solo. Yeah, like I said, lower 50% of this game never balance around the lower 50%. I don't think that is even plausible. There's literally survivors running around going like that the entire time, and then there's a Clodic creeping around with Streetwise in the open, you know? And then there's a survivor running around like they're on fire, and then there's a killer that's just like hitting mouse 1 despite having powers, and they think Trapper's the greatest killer ever. Yeah. A lower 50% of this game, I would definitely say is killer-sided no matter what, because survivors are just fucking brain dead at that. At low MMR, they have no fucking idea what the fuck they're doing, so... yeah. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is, and hopefully they'll get better. Yeah, literally survivors running around like they're on fire at low MMR and mid MMR. That's also why there's certain killers that are noob stompers like Pinhead, where they had to nerf his box because survivors at low MMR did not know how to go and find his box to turn off the fucking turn off chain hunt. Oh, that's hilarious. I didn't even, like, prior to them nerfing Pinhead, I didn't even consider that. Right? There's just certain killers that just stomp lower MMR because survivors are too stupid to understand, like, killer powers. I know, what the fuck. Another one being Sadako, which we have a highlight of. Yeah, I got a 3-game condemn because they turned off MMR. That was after the MMR test earlier this year. There was a 6-hour window in which there was no MMR in any way, shape, or form. And I got a 3-man condemn, almost a 4-man condemn. But the one guy actually knew how to go, and it wasn't good, but he knew how to go move a videotape. Where everyone else, I started them with the videotape. Everyone else that had the videotape in this match, it's a highlight, by the way. In this match, got from 0 to 100%, never touched the tape in any way, shape, or form, and they all got condemned. Yeah, not even joking. That is a highlight. Yeah. Yeah, that was hilarious. Just eyeballs just going, and then we had an Eerie. I still remember these. We had an Eerie with the guy that didn't know how to drop pallets. Not joking. He just ran in straight lines, no idea how to drop pallets. This was all in the 6-hour window. I highlighted the 6-hour window in which there's no MMR on in the game. And there's another reason. I think it's called the reason why their MMR exists in Dead by Daylight, because it needs to be in the game. I don't care what survivors say. I don't care what killers say. MMR is a part of modern games, and it just has to be there so people at the low end don't just get absolutely shit on. Some people just don't care. They just want to play games for fun. And that's their prerogative, to pay $10 and then play a game and creep around in the open with Streetwise or whatever. Yeah, that's a highlight. You guys might think I'm crazy. It's not. It's like when I played normally with Sadako. This is back when I was trying to do my garbage collector build. When I was playing with Sadako, it'd be very rare for me to ever get a condemn, ever. And then we just started getting them just like being handed out like candy. That was hilarious. You just go play on, yeah. And by the way, guys, if you didn't know, I don't know why there's an Ireland server, but there's an Ireland server in this game. The rest of Europe plays in Frankfurt. We've covered this before. I have a Reddit post about it. I have a Dead by Daylight forum post about it. I've verified it. We've talked about it on stream. I was streaming while I did it. And this server has an Ireland server. So AWS is all around the world. There's a lot of different server locations all over the world. But the game does not load balance, which means if you're in a certain region, the first server you get put on is the one in your location, and that's just the way it is. You don't get moved. You never get moved, and if the queues die out, you will never get put in a better queue because it doesn't load balance at all. For some strange reason, so NA has 2 servers. We have Oregon, despite there being more AWS servers in the US. We have Oregon, and we have Virginia. Those are the 2 servers in the US. For the entirety of the US and North America, that includes Central America and Canada, we have Oregon and Virginia. That's a significant amount of players. In Europe, they have Ireland and Frankfurt. And because of the way the internet works, the only way to get to the Ireland server, if you're in the rest of Europe, is through the connection south of London. that means no one outside of Ireland and UK will ever use the Ireland server. Maybe Iceland will ever use the Ireland server besides those two regions, because everyone else is closer to Frankfurt because of geographic regions. That's the way ping works. Because ping is, the internet is a series of tubes, because it kind of is, and you go through certain locations and hops to get to a certain location. In the case of Frankfurt, it'll always be closer. Unless you live in Ireland or UK, or maybe Iceland, Frankfurt will always be closer. And as such, that means there's an astronomically small player base that plays on Ireland, and it makes no fucking sense. It's like 10% of the population of Europe plays on Ireland, which means there's a significantly smaller portion of the player base plays there. And it also means that their queues are really fucking weird. Sometimes they take really long, sometimes they're very short. But on top of that, the MMR is going to be wonky as shit, and it also makes it incredibly easy to stream snipe people there. And there's a lot of big streamers that are from the UK and Ireland for some strange reason in this community. They really like UK-Ireland streamers, and they all play on the Ireland server. And none of them use VPN. They just no one uses a VPN to go to Frankfurt. You think they would if they're getting stream sniped? They don't. I've talked about it in their chats. I've notified them, and they don't respond to it. And either they'll say something like VPNing is illegal. It's not. VPNing to a different server is illegal. You'll get banned for it. You won't. They say something really uninformed or stupid, or they just don't address it at all, and they just look past it. Not free from it, but it'll be much harder. Yeah. I think one of the problems that True has is not that he gets astronomically harder players. Normally, it's that he gets stream sniped all the fucking time. There's a lot of people that irrationally hate True. I mean, part of that is his attitude, which is he is the high and mighty word of God. But other than that, like a God complex. But other than that, like people just hate on him a lot, and he does get stream sniped a fuckload. So, yeah. Yeah. And I don't think it would be free, but he would be in a much better position if he VPN'd to Frankfurt, because if you have 10 times the amount of players queuing into a server, you're going to have a much better chance. It's not even, like, I don't even think there's a Russian server, so, like, the people that live in Europe, I've commented on this, and people that said that they live in Europe, they get Russians all the time, because I don't think there's a Russian server, so the Russians are even queuing into Frankfurt, because there's no other server in Asia. I'm not sure on that one, though, but, yeah, Russia's pretty fucking big. It's not just all of Europe, it's like the eastern part of Europe too, which goes into Russia, right? And all these players are queuing into Frankfurt. And then you got this little fucking region, which is Ireland, and I have no idea why it exists. Not even UK. There's a UK server, by the way, guys. It makes little sense. There's a London server right here. There's a London server. But they use the Ireland server, which makes me think it's a mistake. They use EU West 1. We verified this. They use this server, not this server. And the majority of the player base in Ireland and UK is in UK, and they don't even use the UK server, which is closer. They use the Ireland server, which I guess means they'll be even more segmented, because they'll have even less likely to get anyone from main Europe on that server. I have no idea why. I made a Reddit post on it, which was highly upvoted. I made a forum post on it back in January. Then I made another one during the MMR update, and one was I got a response from Mandy, I think it was, that said that there isn't an Ireland server. There definitely is, and we verified it. There is an Ireland server, and then the other one was that it was working as intended or something weird. And another one was just ignored. Yeah, so you can verify this, guys. You can go into, you have to open Resource Monitor, start Dead by Daylight, open Resource Monitor. I don't think I can do this without basically doxing myself, so. There's a lot of IP addresses floating through here. But anyone can do this. I've talked about this before. I've given the methodology. Start Dead by Daylight. Let's see if I can do this. No. Okay. Start Dead by Daylight, guys, and go into Resource Monitor. It's under, you can either open it through Task Manager or through the Run command line. And go to the Network tab and select the Dead by Daylight exe after it's been running. And it will list the connections down in the bottom. Let's see. Can I do something and make this not dox me? Are any of these my IP address? No. Okay, so here's... Actually... hide that too. Okay. So here you guys go. This is Battle.net, which is Battle.net for running World of Warcraft, the client, right? You highlight it, and then you go down here to Network Activity, and you look to see what addresses it's connecting to. And you'll notice one of the addresses will correlate with this right here, which is the identifier. It's part of the address name. It's the identifier for which server you're connecting to, and you will see EU West 1. And you will also see Frankfurt if you live in Europe. And KSA probably has done this. He was on stream while this is happening, and you can literally see which server you will connect to. You can change this with a VPN, and it's not illegal, and you won't get banned for it. Actually, spoilers, you might get banned for it because BHVR hates people or something. I don't know, but you will most definitely not get banned for it. But maybe you will. Maybe if they hate you, they will, and then you can blame me. But you can VPN to whatever location you want, and in the US we have Virginia, and we have Oregon. Putting aside the fact that they should use California because it's closer to the population of Central America. Central America does not have a server. There is a South America server, which is Sao Paulo they use, which I've verified right here. SA East 1, they will use this. But occasionally you get people from South America that connect to US servers for whatever reason. But in Europe, they have Ireland and they have Frankfurt. And a lot of people connect to Frankfurt. But Ireland, and by the way, if you're in UK and you VPN to the Frankfurt server, you will have almost identical ping to using Ireland. Because I can connect to Ireland and I can connect to Frankfurt as VPNing, and I can look at the ping difference between the two. And it's negligible. I mean, connect to London and then look at the ping difference between the two. Sometimes if you connect south of London, you find a VPN south of London, it will connect you to Frankfurt. But it is about 3 ms difference between connecting in UK, London to Ireland and connecting to Frankfurt. It is negligible. It doesn't fucking matter. If you're in Ireland, it'll be higher, of course, but everyone else over there connects to Frankfurt. There's no ping difference. It makes no fucking sense why the Ireland server exists, and I feel inclined to talk about the Ireland server whenever it comes up because a lot of the community is oblivious to it and doesn't know about it. And I'm not trying to get people in UK and Ireland stream sniped, but BHVR really needs to address this, and big streamers need to address this so this gets changed, but they don't. Probably because they think there's a huge ping advantage, which there isn't, which I just talked about. There isn't a huge ping advantage. Maybe there is for like players like Dead, where they can literally just like swing through pallets no matter what, and they'll always hit a survivor. I wish I could fucking do that, but they'll almost always swing through a pallet because they have a ping of. He has a ping of 10. He'll swing through a pallet and almost always hit a survivor. Yeah, I can't do that because I have a ping of 50. Because I live in the U.S., I shouldn't have a ping of 50 because there's Ohio. And Ohio is actually a better server to use because it's closer to the central of the United States on the East Coast, and also Canada, not Montreal. Montreal is a server too, and closer to Canada and closer to Central America. But instead, they use Virginia, which is more East Coast than Ohio. Ohio would actually be a better server, but they use Virginia, and you can add about 10 ms to this, which is what I normally get. Yeah, about 46 in game, which is why I can tell, by the way, when people are pushing me into regions because of cheating. We'll get weird-ass pings, and I'll be able to almost immediately tell which region I'm being pushed to. So, like, when I get, like, a 180 ping, it's usually because I'm being pushed to Frankfurt. Even look at that. Look at my Frankfurt ping is tiny. That's actually, like, fucking fiber, guys. If you play competitive games, you need fiber no matter what. It's pretty ridiculous where I can connect to in the world and how low of a ping I get. This used to be, like, my ping to, like, 63 used to be, like, my ping 60. Used to be my ping to Virginia. Like, fucking crazy shit. With cable. Fiber is where you want to be. Whereas they don't have Google Cloud on here as well as Azure is another big one. Azure has a lot of locations in the world, not just US. There's a lot more locations than other providers. Azure is Microsoft. But anyways, there's a lot of AWS servers, which is what Dead by Daylight uses, but they only use a handful of them because the game does not load balance. Anyways, thought I'd talk about that, guys, but cover the dev update. Let's get into the Reddits here, and then we're going to play some games. I'm going to skip over the tubes because we don't have time tonight. Our tank pulled me into a group to just say this. This is why I play support. Do we have a sympathizer? That was literally invincible. Awesome heals. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Yep. Just throttle that dick. Feel it against the back of your throat. First time hitting a big pulse bomb. Overwatch community loves first-timers. Oh yeah, get in there, Tracer. Going deep. Oh yeah. You got the other Tracer too. Other Tracer, if recall was up, could have recalled. I don't know if it drops off, or if he just would have been in a different position, or if it would have blinked out of existence. A lot of people getting giddy about Overwatch 2. Once again, one of the biggest problems with Overwatch was the fact that there is an Overwatch 2. It should literally just be pushed live, and they shouldn't have wasted 3 years with no updates and killing off their player base and the hype surrounding the game. AMD Reddits, guys. Yay. Not a lot going on until this fall when the new AMD and NVIDIA graphics cards comes out, as well as NVIDIA AMD processors, which I'm really looking forward to. 3D cache processors, guys? Oh boy. I want that silky smooth goodness. Let's raise my 0.1% frame times and my 1% frame times. Oh yes, please. Nothing. It's going to be next update. I have a 12-core processor. Gonna update again, because apparently I need to. Actually, I don't need to, but... 3D cache is making me excited. The devs nailed it. Ripped. Survivor's now Perry the Killer. Yeah, like it should have been. Too much. Finally, being a Sprint Burst user all my life paid off. No, it didn't. It didn't change you using Sprint Burst. You don't get better at Sprint Burst for using it your entire life because Dead Hard was nerfed. That's not the way that works. It does not make the perk better. It just makes other perks worse. Never make Live 2 meta so they don't shit on my favorite perk. A lot of it depends on you finding a window to vault. Windows are more common than balanced landing, for instance, but you could just run Sprint Burst as well with, like, fixated. The way hit detection works and the way servers work, it'll be a miracle if you ever land this, do this on reaction ever again. Maybe. Be curious to see how it works. Yeah. Dev update. Not as controversial as I thought it would be, guys. The BP change is still a problem. Huh. Normal? Cool. Partisan doesn't really fit. Bipartisan's mainly a law thing. Unbiased. Prestige. Prestiging? No, it's a word now. It is compulsory. Compulsory. Killer BP tax. Check. Done. Okay. Actually... Hey, zombie! Oh my god, posture check. I am leaning back on my arm right now. Posture check me. I am in my thinking mode. Uh, 40k BP per max and 2 mil are both welcome changes. I don't care about 2 mil. You can just dump your points more often. And normalizing grunts pains will be interesting. Gremlin hunting. Oh yeah. Good. Everyone has their thing. Oh, stretch that spine. Okay, we address BP killer tax. The deep wound change indirectly buffs Legion, or am I lost? Oh. Not any more than he already is. He's still... So, like, Legion will eat endurance effect, right? Legion will eat an endurance effect, but he will not be able to down you until he gets out of his frenzied state. So just eating an endurance effect does not mean... And you can't hit someone again. Once you hit them once, And they have the deep wound state. If you hit them again, it drops you out of your power and it doesn't do anything. So either these guys are dumb or they think there's something else going on here. It's not a direct buff. Legion kind of gets a buff because he can catch up, but then he still has to go to his power mode and then chase people down. It's like people that don't understand how Legion plays. People think that when he's in Frenzy, that's just the way that it is, and you just can run on the map downing people, and you can't. Even though, it's just like Plague, even though people are in a 1 health state, that does not mean he can down them instantly. Playing about 0.5 second dead hard, it might be too much of a nerf, it depends. I'll have to see that in practice and see how well people hit that and how well networks, lag compensation will deal with it. Oh yeah? You need to be sticked, huh? I see. I mean, that's the way that you are, you know. You make some comments about zombies just sitting there and drooling if they don't get any sort of stimulation. Yeah. I think Dev's got teabagged by Swift. I mean, if Swifts routinely do this, maybe that means that Swifts need to be rebalanced. Be curious to see how Dead Hard works, if it works still. There's going to be a lot of people running it regardless, so it will be a pretty big sample size. There's a lot of people in this game that don't really read the patch notes or anything like that, like a large casual player base, so there's going to be plenty of people running BT, which is another reason that you have to count to 15 now instead of 12. There's going to be a lot of people running BT, regardless of the changes, in addition to off the record. But I don't think you can outlast it anyways, you just have to hit people, because off the record is always going to be there. You just hit people off hooks. It's just the way that's going to be. Which means they'll get that sprint burst, and it's still a buff compared to how we play currently. I would ever run Overcharge over Call of Brine. Difficult skill check. Yeah, I don't think people understand. There's a reason I run Overcharge right now, even prior to buff, which is about 70% of the player base can't hit it. At high MMR, they can't hit it, which is pretty good unless they're cheating. But then, of course, there's just people that are really good, but most players will not be able to continuously hit that, especially if you start pounding it, and they tap back because they're being dumb, and then they'll just start popping, and they'll keep popping because they lose morale, and they get tilted. Difficult skill check makes a gen instantly lose 5%, is missed pretty huge, it's 15%. It's 5% on top of 10% from the normal miss skill check. Don't tell him, though. That's my secret. Yep, 23 up points for that. Yeah, they don't understand that it's actually 15%, the same as pain resonance if they miss a skill check. I don't understand why it can be 100% to 200%. I don't understand why it couldn't just be 200% to begin with. What? Now it requires 12 seconds for overcharge to start regressing faster than base kit regression from a kick. Pristine. Oh, I didn't think of that. That is very interesting. So, it's actually a nerf unless they tap the gen immediately. Or, not tap the gen, unless they kind of loiter on the gen. It's 12 seconds before it's the equivalent of a normal tap. And I don't think that's prorated either. That's just until it reaches 100% regression time. But then you also have to consider the regression time you lost prior to the 12 seconds. Oh, geez. Blast mines, yep. Yeah, so it isn't just... Yeah, so it isn't just... Yeah, okay, I understand that now. I know now I understand why the guy said 100%. It isn't just 12 seconds till it regresses at normal speed. it is 12 seconds before it regresses at normal speed. And then there's the lost progress along the way, which you'd have to be able to figure out the charges that it uses up. So then there's also lost progress around the way, not just the opportunity cost, not just when it breaks even with normal regression speed, because there's still lost regression along the way as well. This is going to take a while before it breaks even with the 75% that you sunk into it, which lost you even more time. Progression? I don't know how to calculate that. That would take some effort. Maybe 20 seconds? It'd take even longer. Because you have to figure out with the additional... Essentially, you could call it income. With additional income, it would take more time to pay off the 75% prior to the 100%. Yeah. Yeah, but there is... So, the amount of work you're doing per second, the amount of regression per second, will be a set amount up to 100%. So, prior to 12 seconds, where it will be 100% regression, there's a time and period at which it's doing less work. 100% is just when it starts regressing at normal speed. 12 seconds is when it starts regressing at normal 100% base kit speed. But prior to that, you have a sunk cost, which is the amount that basically the negative balance you essentially have up till that point, which would then have to be offset by the further than 12 seconds, which you'd have to calculate that out too. There's a mathematical way you could figure this out, which I don't know off the top of my head. I could do it, but it'd take a lot of work. What? They listed it here. That's just till it reaches 100%, I believe. Yeah. Hate yourself for playing League? Sounds normal. Oh, yeah? Yeah, so this isn't... 100% is just when it reaches 100% regression speed. There's a sunk cost prior to the 100% regression speed. Not opportunity cost, there's a sunk cost. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. There is a sunk cost because you are net negative prior to 12 seconds. That means the amount of work that is being done prior to 12 seconds is going to be negative compared to where it will be after 12 seconds. So that means it needs to pay off the first... Basically, it's almost like debt if you're talking about like interest rates. So after 12 seconds, it needs to go even longer before it pays off 100% normal regression speed prior to 12 seconds because there's a sunk cost prior to it in which it's not regressing at 100% speed. What's a good way of calculating that? You'd have to... I don't know. It's like almost like compound interest. There's a way of figuring that out. fucking economics degree to fucking figure that out. So it'd probably be like maybe 15 seconds. Something like that. You'd have to figure out the difference. Probably the easiest way of doing this is figuring out the difference where it escalates after, because it doesn't go up. I don't think it's linear per second. Probably like 16 seconds or like something like that before it starts paying itself off. It's basically like imagine you have a loan, at which point you're negative, and the amount you earn is negative until you pay off your interest rate. So even if you're earning the amount of money you should be, you still have the interest rate from prior to when you paid off the loan. There's an economics term for it, and I don't know it, and that's bugging me. I feel like off the record just replaces DS, off the record replaces BT. Why would you run DS if you have off the record? You can run both. 'Can't get slugged with off the record. Three-second stun's not enough. Any amount of time is enough. Because it gives you a new chase and it gives you a chance to get... 3 seconds is enough time to get to a loop if you know what you're doing. 5 seconds is enough time to get to a loop if you know what you're doing. Yeah, you'd have to figure out the payoff at what point it will be more than it would be if you ran at 100% from base. Because you have a sunk cost, or you have a negative cost, which is the 75% up to 100%. So you have to figure out the investment, at which point it will pay off the prior negative investment. It's not just at 100% you make as much as you would have at 0 seconds, because you still have the 0 to 12 seconds in which you're net negative compared to where you would be with 100% regression. You're net negative up until 12 seconds, but you're not net negative. You're earning as much at 12 seconds as you would be at 0 seconds. So then you have to figure out the difference between 0 to 12 seconds, at which point you were net negative. So you have to figure out the overall, the net, when you become net positive, which includes the prior negative regression. Essentially negative regression that you're missing. You have 75 to 100%. It goes beyond just reaching break even. It's not even break even. Reaching normal payment, I guess you could say. Normal payment in terms of regression speed, which is at 12 seconds. After which point it'll become positive, which is even further along. Sure. 2.5 seconds is 2 seconds. 2.2 seconds of gen repair time. Sure. And that you get that regardless, so that's kind of a wash. It doesn't even matter, because that's not part of a... you get that regardless of running overcharge or no overcharge. It's just it's part of it, so you can just put this to the side. It's probably something like 16 seconds. You'd have to figure out when you'd... Probably the best way of figuring that out is when you reach basically 125% regression speed. At what point you reach 125% regression speed would probably be when you'd make up. That's when you basically reach 0 for net gain, and when you'd be positive by using the perk, which my guess is around 16 seconds or something. Here, I guess we'll figure it out, figure. So 125% over the course of 30 seconds. So 30, 125, not the right way. You're gaining 4.1% per second. That means... I still don't think this is right, because you have to do something... You have to do a different equation where after you break even is when you get net positive. This isn't exactly either. I'm only doing part of the equation. That's not right. This should be 25%. Maybe it is. Maybe they calculated into the 12 seconds. Might have already calculated into things. That's not when you reach 100% regression. It's like 8 seconds? Yeah, they might already include it in the, like the net positive. So you reach 100% regression speed at 8 seconds then? That's not right. Wrong. Six seconds. Yeah, I think they included it in the formula then. Or they give you the net positive effect, so it takes 12 seconds till overall you're net positive, not till when the regression reaches 100% normal speed. Because it goes from 75 to 200 over the course of, it doesn't matter this percent, over the course of 30 seconds. It'll be 4.1% per second. And 6 seconds is what it takes to reach 100% regression speed. Yeah, no, so they do include it. I'm wrong. Not wrong, they included it and didn't word it that way. And I thought they didn't include it. So they include the net loss that you have. Where's my comment? So it takes 6 seconds before it's at 100% regression speed, and 12 seconds before you gain more than you lost. Your survivor dies so much. Don't know why. Oh my god. Bye. Bye, comment. Bye-bye. Indirectly buffing nurse. You'll just see more complaining about Swifts because solos will get quietly stopped playing if it's bad enough. Killers will get longer queues. Killers have instant queues in a populated region. They make it sound like it's opposite right now. They make it sound like survivors have longer than killer queues right now. Indirectly buffing Nurse with these changes. How? Being said, good thing endurance stacking has been stopped. That surely makes tunneling with Legion more effective. Once again, you have to get out of your frenzy state in order to down a survivor. That's no different than normal. Right now with BT, it's exactly that way, so I don't know. Not more effective, just as effective as tunneling is right now. How destructive it is going to be for solo queue. I feel like changing the endurance stats effect to only be able to take one hit and still encourages tunneling as a viable strategy. I mean, yeah, and progression is it's one of 3 playstyles, which is slugging, camping, tunneling, or regression. Yeah, sure. I mean, it also allows you to not be body blocked constantly. What's the point of running off the record now instead of just BT if you can get hit? You can't get hit twice off the hook and downed again. What is there to stop tunneling and camping? I mean, you're eventually going to run out of options regardless. I'm trying to think whether or not it means that tunneling is now more viable than it used to be. Tunneling and camping has always been a really good strategy. It was one of the better strategies, which is why I do it. Still get haste off the hook. You get more haste with BT. If someone body blocks for you, you have a chance to mend and then take another protection hit. On whoever's currently being chased. I also don't know how much help I want to give survivors if they can't figure something out. You could use someone that has off the record still active to go unhook someone else and they can take a protection hit as well. I mean, you still have haste effects, but everyone got fucked by the endurance stacking. It's not just all three playstyles got fucked by endurance stacking. And not just all three playstyles, all killers got basically fucked, except for a handful, which is what we talked about, which is Cannibal and Shape. You guys are looking for a silver bullet to slugging, or not slugging, tunneling and camping. Yeah, no. I still think body blocking with off the record is viable. We aren't going to reply to that. They can figure it out themselves. A lot of solo queue talkers. I'll be honest, when I play with friends, I escape 70-80% of the time, and when I play solo, that's about 30 to 40%. No shit. No shit. It just shows you how broken Swifts are. No fucking shit. Solo queue is dead. I don't know why they think solo queue is more dead than normal. Like, you have the option, there's other perks you can run now. You don't need to run dead hard. You can run something like Sprint Burst or Lithe, which other people are relying on, but Sprint Burst is probably what's going to be the replacement. You can still run DS. It's not as much, and you can still run off the record. I guess they're arguing that it requires more coordination now, which Swifts are not going to be able to do. Or Solos are not going to be able to do. I don't, like, why would tunneling and camping be more effective than it was prior with the update? You have 2 stacks of STBFL, which I run STBFL to begin with, and you have half strength, brutal strength, which isn't that much. 10 seconds on gens. Oh, Deliverance. Yeah, there's Deliverance has always been a thing. What is Ubi? Unbreakable? I think people are vastly, like, the solo crying right now, I think is vastly overestimated compared to what... It's like just now they realize that tunneling and camping was a strategy. Tunneling and camping's always been a strategy. It's just like survivors are assuming that now it's different. It's not. Tunneling and camping is still a viable strategy as it was before. Changed it all. Endurance stacking never should have been in the game. There's also, by the way, there's also anti-camping perks like kinship. There are anti-camping perks. So yeah, like there are things that will help them out if they are getting tunneled. DS isn't going away. Off the record, I still think is going to be meta. You have the ability to body block people, and that's really powerful when you're taking protection hits for someone else. That just means solo survivors are going to have to learn something else than creeping in a corner. and have to play more like Swifts, which involves taking a body block. It's not hard to see when a killer's chasing someone and run in front of them. I don't know why anyone would assume it is. And you can use things like Kindred or Bond to help you coordinate. It's not the same thing as being in a Swift because voice comms are broken, but it's still better than nothing if you're looking to make a coordinated play. Like I ran kinship on all my survivors, or on my survivor, I should say, not all my survivors, on my survivor, because you only play one survivor, right? Which is why it's part of BP tax, is you don't need to worry about another survivor gearing them up because it doesn't matter. Another BP tax item, I didn't even cover that earlier, but you only have one character. As such, your offerings are all on one character, right? Your offerings are all on one character. You don't have to spend perk points in other characters to level them up, which is mainly just literally just a killer thing for the most part. Survivors don't level other survivors unless they want to prestige them or something dumb. Get the perks and that's it. They're just skin suits. Putting aside, we talked about sounds earlier and natural camo. Counter's not playing the game. What? Camp your free kills. How is this different than it used to be? How is this different than now? This is no different than the way it is now. And they have free BT on top of it. Like, they're acting like tunneling is new now, or it's better. The only thing that would possibly be better to tunnel now, with the dev update, is the fact that you get 2 stacks of SDBFL and 10% to brutal strength. 10% brutal strength. Yeah, unless I'm missing something, they're just full of shit. Like, you get 2 seconds less on DS, but once again, that's more than enough time to make a loop. 3 seconds is more than enough time to make a loop. Fine chill. I don't think so. Well, I do. But as I mentioned before, that stipulation here is there's a lot of casual players in Dead by Daylight, and I feel as though they won't get the memo, so people will sporadically... This is why BT got buffed, it didn't get nerfed. Not only is there base kit BT, but because people don't get the memo, you're going to see old meta played well into the new meta. You're going to see people still running BT well into the new meta, which means if you count out... if you wait out the BT perk, that means you'll have to wait for 15 seconds, or you wait out the endurance effect, you're going to have to wait 15 seconds instead of 7. And it used to be 12. So, passive buff. But at the same time, you're just going to hit people off the hook as it stands right now. 5 seconds, not 7 seconds. Yeah. So you just have to hit them off hook. No matter what, you're going to have to hit them off hook if you're going to tunnel. There's no other way around it. You could chance the 7-second BT. Or off the record, which also wouldn't be worth it. So it just comes down to hitting off hook. We're nerfing 70% of the meta perks. Oh yeah? The changes in endurance perks means that we'll not see survivors standing up after 5 hits like it was in the PTB. I've never played solo queue, it's insane. It's much more difficult. You're right. Voice comm sweats, Swift. I like when people say it's more difficult. The game was balanced around solos. The game is balanced around solo survivors, not balanced around Swifts. Swifts are broken. People seem to assume that Swifts aren't broken and it's just hard when solos are the way that the game's supposed to be played, and Swifts, specifically voice comms, break the game. Because you get all the intel perks in the game on at all times. Those are literally perk slots that are now just free for you. Super excited for the 10-hour-long Legion match? Nope, the game should be capped at 20 minutes. As one wonky explanation for the spine chill adjustment, yep. Someone did a lot of mental gymnastics to make a case for spine chill for disabled players. Which there probably are some, but we're talking an extreme minority, so. Went from a banger update to a banger update, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, because killers were getting banged. Yep. Everyone loves banging killers. Yeah. So I think it's 5 seconds. I think you're right. And it updates it to 15 seconds. Okay. Let's play some games tonight. Let's get through the rest of the Reddits. As with every dev update, it takes us a while, especially with the current one. It's taking us a while to parse all this stuff. Endurance no longer were at Deep Wound Legion and Deathslinger buff. I like how they pretend. I like how they pretend like that's any different than getting borrowed time. The fuck is that shit? Once again, as Legion, you have to get out of your frenzy to down someone. You don't just run around downing people. That's not the way the game works. It's 7% speed. Yes, it is. And with borrowed time, it increases. I'm pretty sure it keeps the haste effect even after the endurance effect ends. So with borrowed time, you'll have 15 seconds of 7% haste, which arguably is pretty good. I was thinking about that. That's another effect, is if you get to keep the 7% haste for 15 seconds, that's pretty good. So maybe borrowed time isn't leaving. I don't think a lot of people have thought about that yet, but 7% speed is pretty good. Endurance effect be damned. A lot of time. That's a lot of distance. Interesting. Okay. Let's move along here, guys. We'll play some Gamaz. By the way, we talked about The Boys yesterday. Finished watching it, covered it. We'll not talk about today because spoiler heavy, but if you guys are curious about my thoughts on The Boys, we talked about yesterday at the beginning of the stream. Not, like, I was alright with it up until the ending. They did a lot wrong in the ending. They just fucked the pooch. And you're like, no, they didn't. It was amazing. No, yeah, they fucked up. And if you watch the podcast on that, you would agree with me. Time for the dib-libs, guys. Dib-dib-dib-dibs. Into the Gamaz we go. I wash out my coffee cup and grab a soda and maybe water. Ah! Alright. I'll be back, guys. Alrighty, guys. Ah. To be honest, I'd like to update maybe killers get a lot of stress from that. Yeah. Endurance stacking was absolutely going to destroy killer gameplay. Anyone that says otherwise is just full of shit. There's only a handful of killers that could have dealt with it, and it's not fucking Legion. If you hit someone that has an endurance effect on them and you hit them again, you lose your power. We've tried that already. You can't double hit someone with Legion. It doesn't work. Very certain. You can't just go around and keep hitting the same guy with endurance effects on. Once they have a deep wound, if you hit them again, you lose your power and they don't take damage. Endurance stacking was the big bada boom. Okay. Off we go, guys. Let's play some actual Gamaz. Mm-hmm. Free man. We had some cheat lobbies, guys. Some hardcore cheat lobbies yesterday. Had to do some finagling to get away, and for some reason we just joined a lobby with 3 people and we can't get a 4th. We're gonna dodge. See how our games go tonight, though. Mm-hmm. And have a memer. Pretty sure this is a female lobby. Hmm. Do I want to play? I guess. We'll see how this goes. Good. Hmm. Righty. Came off our first game, Purgation. We had that one really nasty stutter that started appearing yesterday. I'll see if it still happens. First game of the night right now. It happens tonight. It's like halfway into the match is when it starts. Okay. Bye. It's done, Joe. I end up doubling back. We'll check this real quick and double back. Yep, there's two here. Another guy's still working the gen, by the way. Is it just Burn Barrel doing that? There has to be another guy over here. It's a lot of progress for one person. Just heard Fang. Did you know Locker? Fucking weird shit, guys. Erratic scratch marks. What's going on here? Erratic scratch marks again? Might have got a cheat lobby just like straight out of the gates. There should have been another person back at that gen. Wasn't. Pretty sure she didn't have a repair kit. It was fast. Huh? Drop. Okay. Second most done gen is across the map again. I don't know why that gen's red. Excuse me. I don't know why that gen's red. Yeah, why is that gen highlighted, guys? It's because it's a generator. My zombies are broken already. A reset. Double back. Pretty sure there's a Just Do Gens lobby. I'm pretty sure we got into a cheat lobby straight out of the gates. That's unfortunate. Super erratic scratch marks. Like shit that doesn't even make sense. Oh. Wow. Absolutely terrible. Huh. Oh, good job. She even struggle off. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, yeah. Imagine that, guys. What a dumb shit. Holy fuck. Huh. Dead hard here. Surprise, they have Unbreakable. Look, our zombie's literally broken right on top of this guy, too. Zombies are broken again. They just royally fucked the pooch on this one, guys. Wait for 4% in Deliverance. 4%. Yeah. Holy fuck. Is weed legal in Wisconsin? I think medical weed is. I don't think it's recreational is legal, though. You have to look it up. Oh, that was more than that. For some reason, we had erratic scratch marks that are just going random directions. There weren't people in the right spots that should have been. Our zombies broke right away. Very fucking weird. Go for it. Mm-hmm. You're right on. Go. Guys in the basement. Go. They might have actually had a chance. Illuminati? I mean, it's actually a thing. So. Suppose. Fuck did she go? How the fuck did I not hear her? I was literally right over there. It's Iron Will? There's always a hook down here. So. Prevent them from hiding in a corner down here? Yeah. There's literally every which way from Sunday cheating at this game. Yeah. Yep. They remove, it's like squares. If you can imagine removing squares from your scratch marks, you'll see scratch marks go, and then usually on a corner. It'll happen on a corner. There'll just be a splotch of scratch marks that are missing, and then you'll have to look around, and they'll usually be down in the hallway. That was a really, really fucking weird game. We might have, like I said, we had a bunch of cheaters yesterday, so we might have got them right out of the gates. We'll see how this goes. It's definitely a 4-man. They might have actually even had a chance if that one guy didn't DC. BT, DS. DSDH? But they fucked the pooch hard there. Like, we probably, if they didn't go for rescue or didn't fuck it up, might have added like a 2K. Secondary meta. Unbreakable. Irons. That's it. One of those the Meg. No. This was the Meg, but we didn't hear her for some reason in the basement. You also have reduced distance. It's like a half the normal distance of hearing them, but people sum it up as DVD sound bugs. Nope. People just always cheat at this game. It is very, very easy to cheat at this game, and there's almost no anti-cheat. People cheat on their 4,000 hour account because they don't care. Because they don't... Yeah, that Sabo also is just a... I don't know what the fuck they're doing there. It felt like I should have been recoiling from that faster because I have STB Fel and I was building stacks there, but... Yeah. That was, yeah, they made a lot of really fucking stupid plays. They weren't very good. But my inability to find them and having erratic scratch marks in that one gen, it felt like there should be 2 people there and there's only 1 guy there. Yeah, it cost us... But no, cheating's always a thing in this game. More cheaters have come back because of the PTB update. Or, excuse me, dev update. And as such, we've seen an uptick in the amount of people cheating because all the sweats and tryhards came back. We'll see. Yeah, they did a lot of really stupid shit at the end there, and that cost them big time. Even though I had lots of problems finding people early on. For some reason. Thornt? No, I don't have any interest in modern superhero movies. They're all fucking terrible. Not to poop on your parade, but yeah, not my thing. Comic book movies, superhero movies, and TV series, not my thing anymore. I watched The Boys, but The Boys I wouldn't say is a normal superhero movie or series. Even that had some issues, which we talked about. I'm watching Strange New Worlds right now, which is pretty good, but I'm waiting. Star Trek Discovery used to be pretty good before they kicked it with woke bullshit constantly. First 2 seasons of Star Trek Discovery weren't super horrible. They got bad. They basically killed off all the strong male cast, stuff like that, or they depreciated them or just shipped them off. Strange New World so far actually seems pretty good. Nicolas Cage movie. Yeah, that's what I heard. Basically, they just turned into a gimmick. Most of the modern superhero movies, Phase 4 Marvel's about basically tearing down the old heroes and then replacing them with new heroes. Oh, no. Oh, I watched the first 2 seasons of For All Mankind. I was terribly disappointed with that. Instead of it being like a Cold War sort of series, they turned it into drama bullshit and political shit. Like real-world political, not like Soviet versus Russia politics back then. Yeah, no, they kind of threw that out with, like, first 2 seasons where it became about putting a female astronaut on the moon, I think it was. That was the goal of the United States. Yeah, you could immediately tell where things went after that point. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna watch the 3rd season once again. I keep up with the shit just to make sure I'm on top of current issues, but... No. I thought the premise was good, and then they just completely fucked it up. One. That. Seems fast. Got him. There's a Fang on the gen. We're gonna pretend we didn't see her. There's actually 2 people here. Fuck did the Fang go? There she is. Huh? W key. She fucked up big time. Phase 2. Drop. She should have dropped just now. Like that. Mm-hmm. Someone working this? Oh, yes, they are. Here, let me assist you. One moment, please. I got another one of skill checks for you. Good luck with that. Crawling. Might be a flashlight behind me. That looks an awful lot. Oh, actually, it's facing the right way. Good. Look for a second there like it's facing the wall. That's not what we want. She just ran. Good. Hey, buddy. The chick should be coming back. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Reach anymore? Yep, beautiful. Nope. Let me help you figure this one out. Would you like a hit too? Okay. Hey. Yeah, buddy. DS now. There's too many slugs, they're too spread out. Now we wait for unbreakables. There's a lot of options they have. There's definitely an unbreakable on the ground right now. He didn't waste his 4%, and that guy's sitting down there. Bye. There's definitely an unbreakable here. There she is. There's the Fang. Going for unhook now, my guess. Yes, she did. Got it. Drop. Nope. Jonah's about to go phase 2. He is phase 2. We're gonna chase Jonah down. Reset him. That other guy's right over there. DS now. And he's dead. And we'll chase Fang. Should be around the left. There she is. She's an escort. Okay. W key. One way to do that. Just turn on like fucking leg switch or something. The fuck is that? Okay. It's W key back. Broken zombies, guys. I mean, spoilers, by the way, but... we're gonna let her hang because they have to do gens now, more than likely. Unless they want to throw. Cap the gen at some point here, guys. Good. Might even be over here. Good. Farming. Very fast. Sprint burst. What you should never do. Brought to you by Jonah. And W key. For some reason, this is taking forever. She might have toggled the speed hack. That's what she did upstairs when she stopped moving. So this might take a while. Long window loops are what cheaters do. Yeah, there's a dead hard. When they know they can't play loops. Nope. You're super strong. Yeah, I know. I got that. That's fine. DS now. Oh, hey, look. This guy happened to be behind me. Let's see. Oh, it's right over here. Hey, guys. Nope. And she's dead. Yeah, that's a dead end. You know where the other one is over here. Buddy. Ah, got a W key. Good. She's showing me good. That Fang at the end there definitely got fast. I'm pretty sure she toggled at the end of the game there. Got me good, because I'm a tunneler and camper. Hit hard. You're a boon. Oh. Do we have ourselves an exponential? We might. It's gone now, though. Cut. But, yeah. The whole premise of For All Mankind was very cool, in my opinion, and then they just threw it out the window in favor of modern-day politics and drama, and that's a damn shame. that appeared at about episode 3, I think it was. End of episode 2, episode 3 is when that shit started in this first season. Wait for 4% of deliverance. Damn shame. But Strange New Worlds, so far pretty good, and they've kept the woke bullshit to a minimum. They've kept the stupid crying bullshit to a minimum, like is all over the place in Discovery. I almost want to say Star Trek is back, but I'm going to wait till the end of the first season to sing praises about it. Discovery, as I mentioned before, was alright in the first 2 seasons. Uh-huh. Little tentacle love? Oh, yeah. Everyone loves the hentai. Mm-hmm. Almost there. So close. Bye. You're no longer exciting, Jill. Now we have to see if we can find our Leon, which could literally be fucking anywhere on the map. I think it's a Leon. Felix, maybe. Clips of footage from January 6th. Maybe. There was that one political moment in the first episode. I caught that. Like I said, they tried to keep the woke bullshit to a minimum, but there was a place where it seems like there might have been woke bullshit in it, so... I might drop him, too. It's gonna be close. I think he's gonna drop him. Oh, that was close. That was close as fucking shit, guys. That was very close. Tried to go to a dead corner. Yeah, for a brief moment, there was like 1 or maybe 2 clips, and like, there's a slideshow at the beginning. You'll understand if you watch it. I'm not gonna spoil that for you guys. There was a slideshow for a little bit, and I think they actually used real life footage, which definitely not for, by the way, because then it makes everything political. And the whole reason you have a science fiction universe is so you can do things other than just have modern politics. Usually Star Trek does have modern politics in it, but they will oftentimes weigh and balance both sides. They'll give you, like, used to be, they'll give you both sides of the argument, and sometimes they reach a resolution that was good or bad. It wasn't always working on favor of whatever a certain political alliance adheres to. But there was that brief moment, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a brief moment where they had some sort of there's a political message that led to World War III, and when they covered it, I think they used footage from the riots, but it also could have been from different stuff. I wasn't able to place it. Like, there's signs that were up, and I think it was like Free the Vote or something. So maybe it could also be other parts, or it could be completely fabricated. Let's see. BT, DH, DS, DH, DS. Secondary meta. Prove thyself. Boons. Unbreakables, irons, and that's it. And we're gonna report Feng. Pretty sure they toggled and their end chase there, which isn't uncommon. It's on a screen when Pike would make a speech. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about, and I wasn't trying to spoil things for people. I don't know, like, it was one slide. It was one picture. There were multiple pictures in there, but there's one picture. It could have been a lot worse than what they did, and it wasn't. Considering what other Star Trek series are doing right now with Picard and Discovery, it could have been a lot worse than it was, and it wasn't really that bad in my opinion. There's always going to be woke bullshit nowadays in media. It's just the way that it is. Or left-leaning bias, if people prefer that. Heavy left-leaning bias is what people prefer instead of saying woke bullshit nowadays. But they actually mean it was. I was impressed. I thought it was going to be another dumpster fire, and it wasn't so far. So that's good. And there aren't any just magically body positivity cast on the show like there is in Discovery. It's the future, by the way. There should be no obesity. because obesity generally stems from poor genetics and diet, which you have a replicator that perfectly feeds you all the beautiful food you need to be the perfect you and not obese, because obesity is a health condition. If you guys aren't aware of that. Yeah, like you can eat, like literally eat like cupcakes your entire life, and it wouldn't matter because they're perfectly perfectly balanced cupcakes in terms of nutrition. Yeah, in terms of nutrition, and you just would always receive the correct nutrients and wouldn't get fat. So, being fat in the future in the Star Trek universe doesn't make sense unless you come from an area with extreme poverty. In future, extreme poverty. And you weren't able to afford a replicator or whatever. Doesn't make sense. But they have them anyways. But, yeah, there was that one clip, and that was, like I didn't... Not for that, if they could keep the politics out, regardless of what they it was only one slide of a multiple slideshow thing that was happening. So... And then after that point, it wasn't really talked about more. Because I'm pretty sure that wouldn't lead to World War III. But Star Trek, so there has to be a lot wrong for people willing to forfeit the current world for a world war. Like, I don't think that's even going to happen anymore. It's next to impossible. People enjoy their creature comforts way too much just to throw them out. Then again, there's also people that don't understand what war is anymore. So there's that problem where, you know, the generation from World War II, for instance, or major wars have basically died out, and they don't know what war is, and then they're like, yeah, man, oh man, this is worth fighting for, and they don't really realize what that means. Sprint burst? Howdy, where'd you go? Uh-huh. These are all used up. God damn it, BHVR, that's fucking annoying. They still have not fixed that bug. You could even hear the whip starting to come out. It went shrook, and then I punched instead. What the fuck? What the fuck, BHVR? That's the second time. Like, I'm delaying it pretty good, too. Jesus Christ. With the tip. Okay. Uh-huh. Don't think she'd make that. Nope. Do not. Yeah, let's go to the back hook. Go and play it? What? Yeah, I mean, for us it is. War for the U.S. is very sanitized in terms of, like, casualties. Like, in World War II, all-out war, I believe it's called, where you're willing to basically sacrifice anything, completely different, where you just shell entire cities to the ground and bomb them to the ground. Very different than what we're doing in Afghan, for instance. Even Russia gets a lot of shit right now for what they're doing. It could be a lot worse. By the way, that's not supporting Russia. Russia should not be in Ukraine right now. Push her outside. Good job. God damn it, BHVR. You could hear. You could literally hear the whip come out. Fuck off. Fuck off, thing. Looking at the wall, she can't blind me. DS now. You guys, keep going. Okay. Left. Left too. Both healing right now. Oh. Okay. Other guy's in front of me right now. Didn't get around the side. Other one's over there on the side of the map. We're gonna wait out the hook and unbreakables. Nope. Saw that coming. He fucked up the gen. Nope. Nope. Give me your DS now, bitch. Don't care. He just got up again. The fuck is this shit? What? How the fuck did she get up twice, guys? Isn't that fucking weird? How the fuck did that thing get up twice? It's the second time. Oh, there's an exponential upstairs. Huh. Huh. Love it. He's very fast. Here we got a speed hack, which I'm probably sure is going to be Dark Theory. Yep. Good job. And she fell. That's even better. She dropped. Good job, guys. Alright. Let's go back. Should have went for the Fang first. This Fang's gonna get up now. Hey, buddy. Oh. And our exponential's gone. Beautiful! Chris. Got him! This is a sweater, by the way. Might have been Dark Theory. It felt a lot like maybe like a 105 upstairs. Pretty sure there's gonna be Dark Theory in here, though. Moral Boundary, I mean, there's sci-fi based off that, right? There's sci-fi shows where they transfer to robot warfare, right? And people are basically dying to robots, and at what point is that no longer moral because you aren't killing people with, like, real people, right? I don't know exactly. How would you make a claim for that? So if the person in control is in control of a robot, right? Instead of being there in real life, do they need to be there in real life? I don't think they do. It's eventuality, though. It's just having no people in combat. Because there's no reason for them to be in combat. You have a highly experienced person that requires a lot of training that could be replaced with something that can be remotely controlled. Assumedly remotely controlled if we get to that point. Ah. Yep. Played with 3 perks, all game survivors complain about it anyway. We have the rare lobby where they complain about NOED even though it didn't do anything in the game. There was no Dark Theory, surprisingly. Okay. Deliverance, by the way. We have DH, DHDS, DHDS, BT, secondary meta. We have boons, irons, deliverance. Lots of flashlights. This is a 4-man. Boys tunnel. Camp. Why wouldn't I? I guess, like, that's not even related to NOED. Yeah, he makes it sound like his comment about Noah is because I tunneled in camp. No, they're unrelated. Mm-hmm. Formulating his next barrage. Oh, yes he is. Actually, that's a different person. Dumas. By the way, it's a talking globe, guys. I mentioned this before. A globe does not mean their console. It means they're not your platform. So this guy can be Windows Store, Stadia, Epic, and of course consoles, but I'm pretty sure you can't talk on consoles. So we have our talking globe here. Map looks cool. It's all right. Very open. There's a lot worse maps for Killer, that is. So. Unless you're both robots, it isn't fair, you could say. Well, I mean, what is fair in war? War could be a lot worse than it is. Like, World War II was horrid. Even World War I was absolutely horrid, too, with all before the Geneva Convention, and people were gassing each other with fucking chemical warfare with chlorine gas. Yeah, like, war nowadays is very sterile compared to what it used to be. I don't know. You can always draw lines, but like with what's too horrible for war, for like Geneva Convention, basically comes down to maiming people, and a robot wouldn't maim people; just kill them. So maybe we'll highlight this. Good philosophical bullshit talk. Lovely. It wouldn't be fair, but you know, war is always about being able to have a technical advantage over people, right? Being able to kill them faster than they can kill you. Within reason, I suppose. Let's do our aggro zombies, guys. So, we don't need to go to our backup plan. We do not need to deploy the Basement Bubba, and we do not need to deploy Tombstone Myers, although we might play him anyways. Holy shit, guys. Because endurance stacking is not going to be a thing, which it shouldn't, we no longer need to deploy the nuclear option. Uh-huh. No longer need to play Basement Bubba or Eerie Myers. Excuse me, Tombstone Myers. And forgot my overlay. Oh, I was supposed to report I think it was a Nia. I forgot about that. Ah. But good. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Tuesdays. Happy Tuesdays, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying not Discovery. No, not Discovery. Really enjoying Strange New Worlds for the most part. It is a breath of fresh air, as in being TVs, but I think they're retired or they just don't stream. Check one real quick. No, they don't stream regularly. Fine. Good. Things could be worse. The cancel, I told you guys about that, the cancel Raised by Wolves. There's not many TV series I'm currently looking forward to. Amazon ruined The Expanse. They canceled Raised by Wolves. There's still Witcher, for what that's worth. And Witcher's pretty good. Yeah. Shows I really enjoyed basically poofed. Raised by Wolves was an atrocity. Then they gave Westworld a new season, which I'm not even looking forward to, but I'll watch that anyways. Westworld, after season 2, just they had no idea what the fuck they're doing. Absolutely no idea. And it showed. Yamako Estate. Good. Checker cuck doors. That's going to be one right here for sure. Yes, sir. Another one. Both those are not. Okay. Intentional. Maybe. I don't think so. I think the other 3 guys are hammering a gen across the map right now. I'm gonna leave. Lot of fucking distance. Lot of fucking. She looks like she's moving fast too. This is a mistake. I think this guy's cheating. Random zombie aggro. There we go. Pasted. Pretty sure the Hattie's cheating. I'm chasing you. Fuck. There's a little way out over there, guys. Hey, buddy. Drop. Steak, dead hard. Oh. Oh yeah? You can suck my dick, dude. Tell your friends. Second most on gens over there. Hattie went. Hattie's definitely cheating. So you're just running into random shit just now? Hattie definitely has a speed hack. The other guy might have had a speed hack too. Nia the DC'd. Yeah, this is very, very fast. Went back to the same spot as her friends. Raul! Good evening, dude. She should have reacted to that. She did not. Hey, buddy. Dead hard here? She can't get in front of me. Alright, let's go to a gen. We got a hook right over here. Like to take a protection hit from me? Bye. Okay. Good. Losing to some friends or losing friends because of Uno? I hypothesize that both of those could happen. Like Monopoly. Yeah. Losing 2 friends or losing friends. Yeah. Both are accurate, yeah. You know it. You know it. I think that transcends. It doesn't matter what culture you're from. It's the same shit. Okay. Zombie? No. Just like Monopoly will also do that, Risk will also do that. Basically, the games you always start on as a kid. What are you doing? I'm not giving you a no. 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 She's the leg humper. Kind of unbreakable. Up, comp corner. She's going to comp corner. Yep. To the comp corner, guys. We might not be able to get her to a hook. Yeah, no, that's dead. We're gonna bleed her out. She has 20% wiggle time already. She wants to go to comp corner, she can. Wait till the end of the match and hatch close and then chase her down. If we can find hatch. Give her some tentacle. She was a champ. She deserves it. Let's go find her Nia. Hey, buddy. In a zigzag pattern away from her and her potential crawl locations. If the hatch is too far away, we aren't going to shut it. Unless we have access to gates. Search pattern Sigma Bravo. Even if we find it, we probably aren't going to shut it. Where are our gates, guys? There's one. Where's our other? Got some regression to be had. There's the other. I'm very certain we can't see handles. Yeah, there's no way to see them. Oh, she's gonna get bled up. By the way, there's actually, if you didn't know, there's actually a window after which a survivor dies where you can still shut hatch. It's a very small one when their symbol turns into a skull, in which you can still shut the hatch. Or we'll adrenaline her if we miss it. Missed it. Hooker. She had too much wiggle progress. That's why she went to comp corner. We have DH, BT, DH, BT. Secondary meta, we have Adrenalines. Prove Thyself. No adrenaline on the Nia, by the way. Yep. Always tunnel and camp. Thanks for noticing. Also, blame the survivor for DC. Not me. I'm not a survivor. Prove Thyself. Irons. And Patty. She had a lot of head start though. But we didn't close it. Even when we went across the map, we got the other guy in the gen. We didn't even go finish catching up to her. Okay. Oops. I enjoyed it too. Stuff. Yeah, anyways, the guy on the ground, that wasn't BM or anything. The guy on the ground, we dropped her originally because we grabbed her off the hook. That's 20%. Then she had time on the ground. Obviously, she could have flip-flop. 20%. Picked her back up after downing the other survivor and realized we couldn't get to a hook with the 20% from the corner, which there's no way we could have reached a hook. Maybe we could have possibly reached that close one on the left, the closer one on the left, but maybe not. So dropped her again. That's a 40%. On top of the wiggle progress she had on my shoulder as well. So you're probably looking at like 50 or 60%, which is why we couldn't pick her up again unless she was near a hook. Then I was going to close hatch, but I wasn't going to close hatch if we couldn't find the doors. If we can't see door handles, that means if they have an adrenaline plane and we have no idea where they are on the map, they could potentially hide, prime the handle to 25% so the light doesn't turn on. It's 25, I think, so the light doesn't turn on. And then wait for me to pad away and then prime it the rest of the way and get out. It's probably about a 70% chance that a good survivor will get out if you don't know where they are and you don't have eyeballs on both handles. So safe thing to do in that case is just to bleed her out, and it cost me nothing to bleed someone out. Just, oh my god, I didn't hook her ego, which doesn't matter because I still killed her. Yep. Good. Reasons for it all. It wasn't BM. BM for me is literally whipping people on the ground and punching them on the hook. And those were neither. And some other things if things get really sweaty. Really steamy. Let's see. People that don't stream regularly. This might be a streamer lobby though, but can't tell. Two of them are definitely occasional streamers. When there's two, it usually means it's an infestation, so. Good. Happy Tuesday, Wednesday, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Hope it's beautiful, as always. What time is rank reset? Don't know. I don't usually keep up with it, because I usually don't care. But. What is this time that this important event happens? Oh, I don't care. Wait, what? Don't you stream this game? Yeah, I do. It doesn't really do anything. It doesn't mean you get some BP, so I guess if you're hard up for BP, that's a big deal. I think it happens at 8 Central Standard Time, 8 a.m. CST. which is in 6 hours from now. Usually they do stuff in the morning when everyone gets into work. But they're in Canada. I think they're in Quebec, which I think is CST. You can also, I think it's coordinated with the... actually, no, it wouldn't be. It just happens to be. You could probably look at Ormond. You could probably look at the Shrine Reset. Or did Shrine Reset already happen? It might have happened already. Whenever Shrine Reset happens is probably the timetable for whatever else they do in the mornings, which I think is at 8. Let's break our cuck doors. There. Oh, that's beautiful. Dead hard now. E. All hail the E key. E. There's a guy here, my pal slapped me, the Neo. Didn't make it. Pretty sure they're working a gen over there. You can't make the hook, though. That was beautiful. I did get cheated out of infection, but could be worse. Oh, there she is. I thought that was the guy working back there, and it was not. I want to go tap that. We don't have time, though. There we go. Oh, there they are. They're all over here. Oh, no. Phase 2? Beautiful. Okay, well. Do some punching here now. I did not expect him down him. DS now. There it is. Gonna drop immediately. Did not. There's a guy behind me too. Different guy? No, that's the right guy. Huh. Got him. Let's go over here. It's closer to the main gen. Actually, we're gonna go even closer. We'll be able to make this. We did not make the gen though. That sucks. W key. We're gonna bait an unhook here. Okay. Should be going for unhook now. There they go. Beautiful. I can't find you! Oh my god! Where are you? Oh no! I don't know how to do this! Oh, please! Okay. Pt2's up. DS. Ooh. And we have our first quitter. Because as it turns out, we just out-thunk and outplayed them, guys. And they don't like that. Okay. Do we have a Sabo? We do have a Sabo. Can still make this one, though. Can't get around the side, and dead. That hard. Okay. And all the guys over there in the corner. 10 hours from now? Your new killer, what do you do? I'd suggest looking at a guide. Might be it's not head on. That's not head on. Okay. No. Good timing, Ben Sam. Thanks, guys. I would suggest looking at guides. You can say I'll play Survivor first. Survivor, I think, is almost no. It'll help you learn basic elements in the game, but Killer is basically a completely different game than playing Survivor. You might think they're alike in that they're transferable, but it's not. They're very, very different from each other. And Killer, I would say, is about 8 times harder than Survivor is. And not exaggerating. You have to manage basically people like this, 4 of them, at the same time, while trying to control all the other elements in the game and then keep track of all the perks. It is very difficult. But I look up guides, beginner guides. Not to say don't play Killer, but yeah, I don't know. You'd have to start with kind of a basic killer. Probably like a Wraith would be alright. A low MMR, medium MMR. Wraith would probably be a good basic killer to start out with, and he's one that you get by default. Find your slug, RNG for hatch. RNG for hatch, guys. Oh, no, it's not RNG for hatch. Hey, buddy. Trying to go to a dead spot. That'd be a shame. Mm-hmm. Good. Is that just wind howling? I swear I hear hatch. Yeah. No hatch. I'd look up at a tutorial, a starting tutorial guide, and I'd start with something like Wraith. Coordination. We have DS, DH, BT, DS, DH, DS, BT, Trinities, DS, DH, secondary meta, Unbreakables, Adrenalines. Everyone on the fucking team is Unbreakables except for the one guy that I slugged. That's fucking hilarious. Built to last with the yellow toolbox, which not as strong as it could be, but built to last I feel is very powerful with toolboxes. Maybe medkits, but mainly toolboxes. Yeah, 3 Unbreakables, and I think the only guy. No one popped their Unbreakable, if I recall. We only slugged one person. That was a guy inside. When we went to, for Hook, we slugged the inside, and I think they DC'd. I think it was this guy. Yeah, the one guy that we actually slugged, the Feng. The Feng was one without Unbreakable. That's hilarious. But yeah, there isn't really loadouts you'll have to, I mean, there are perks that you'll want to use, but you'll have to look up a tutorial guide to get started on a killer. When you're at low level, perks don't really matter that much, but you'll definitely need them, and it's a significant amount of grinding later on. It takes us a ridiculous amount of time in this game to get the perks that you need as a killer. Ridiculous. There's a shrine, but the shrine's once a week, and there's a bajillion perks, so, yeah. And there's certain perks you're gonna. So basically, it comes down to what I would do. The way that I started out playing this game is you'll just play Shrine and then play basic killers. And then save up your iridescent shards for a new killer. And then if you like the game, you'll probably know in like 2 months. If you like the game, we have Memer. If you like the game, I'd consider buying the killers either during the Steam sale, or it's even cheaper when iridescent shards go on sale. You can buy killers even cheaper if iridescent shards are on sale, and then also on top of it, you get a killer when they're on sale. It's even cheaper than normal. Licensed killers are generally more expensive, and the only way to get them is by buying them. You can't save iridescent shards for them. you'll be able to figure out whether or not you enjoy playing the game in 2 months or so. Oh, Yamako State. Good, 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 good. Mm-hmm. Fuck. Mm-hmm. Good, good, good. Load. Alrighty, guys. Get sent to the same fucking map. Okay. Clear. This is not normally a map that people want to play. Breaker cuck doors. Kayla. How's it going? People here. Maybe more. No cuck doors? That's really rare. This is a cuck door. Yep. Huh? No. I don't think that's intentional. Oh, buddy, that's close. Bit hard, maybe. Yep. Can't get in position. Okay. Hey, buddy. Yeah? This it? He's up. Oh, we might get slapped here. We'll see. No DS. Good. Back we go. Go by our zombie chan here too. Bait an unhook. These guys are very aggressive right now. One took advantage of it. Okay. Good. Guy that went back to tap. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Drop. Nope. Alright, DS, did she save it? Nope, she's dead. Okay. And there's our second most done gen right in front of us. Okay. Nancy's across the map. I don't think I want to chase her. It's going to take too long to catch up. I don't know what Michaela's doing. This is the second time she just kind of fucked the pooch. Does she have an escort? Nope. Doing? Okay. Dead hard? That should have hit. That was... weird. I'm gonna push her outside. Top corner. Cool. When you have no idea what to do, guys, just run to a corner of the map. There literally should be hooks in every single fucking corner that justify everything in the map. All 4 corners should have hooks. That should just be the end of it. Like, indestructible hooks just on the corners of the map. People wouldn't do that shit anymore. And the fucking shitty thing about it is it sometimes works, too. We're gonna reset the zombie. Broken. Yeah. Hey, Ooze. Good evening, dude. Pt2's up. She's dead hard too. Yes, now. She didn't use dead hard probably because she has DS. I probably should have whipped her. She's getting an escort. Hi. Oh. No, we'll get her to escort. She fucked up. This means she doesn't go to the gens. Keep her an escort. Bye. Should have done that earlier. Unfortunately, we had to whip her. A lot of progress, too. She is faster than normal now. Pretty sure she toggled. Yeah, she toggled. Notice all she did was W key. She could have done that earlier when she had to escort. Yeah, not very good. Just W keying across the map. She definitely toggled later on. Good stuff. Pretty obnoxious. That's the way she goes, though. Okay. We have an idea where the other guy is, which is way over there. Okay. Yeah. That was a mistake on my part. The guy's on the gen. We're going to act like we don't know what's going on, and we're going to wait for Noah to activate here in a second, and we're going to down her immediately. Okay. Oh my god, finish the gen already. No. There we go. Yep. Yep. I've activated my trap card. Uh-huh. Yep. Let's go over here. One of them probably is unbreakable. We went and grabbed this guy because he was closest to Hook and he wasn't moving. Yeah. Well, welcome to my channel. Yeah, where I don't go for just an extra cheeky down at the end of the game. Wait for a 4%. That was actually our best option right there, because otherwise they could have went through a shitload of perks at the end there if I actually went for one of the two players. Wait for a 4% and Deliverance. Uh-huh. Pretty sure we got some cheating at the end of that game, guys. They got pissed off because of tunneling and camping. That Michaela 100% toggled at the end of the match there. Stuff. Where she just was sort of running in straight lines. If she could have got that much distance in the first place, she could have just done that all along. She didn't even need an escort. Yes, there. We're in for 4% Deliverance right now. And by the way, even after the NOAD nerf, that won't change anything with that. It's hard to suss out. One of the best ways of learning what subtle cheating looks like in this game is to play 110 and 115 killers, and then figure out the speed difference between the 110 and 115 killers, and if you're getting the same speed difference as a 115 killer as you would as a 110 in terms of how fast you catch up to a survivor, then you have an idea of what a 105% speed hack looks. It's complicated, and you need a decent amount of time in the game. Now RNG for Hatch to figure it out. Here. Go back. She's probably at Shack. Basically, you have to figure out the amount of time it takes to catch up to a player, especially if you know the time it takes in a certain loop. And then use it as a baseline. I like to use Kill Shack because Kill Shack doesn't change no matter the map. There's some slight variances to it, but it's almost identical no matter the map. W key back across. No idea, guys. That's unfortunate. Well, RNG for Hatch, guys. We lost. We just covered, like, literally the entire map. It must be in the center back there on the corner. It's the only place I can assume it is. Very weird. And it doesn't even matter. If you play this game for 15,000 hours, you still would not necessarily be able to figure out who's cheating or not. People confuse player skill with your ability to find out whether or not someone's cheating or not. That's like saying someone that's good at flying an airplane is a good engineer. They're two different jobs, you do two different things, and just because you're knowledgeable at one thing doesn't necessarily mean you'll be better or good at another thing. There's overlap, but it doesn't mean you necessarily have any idea what you're talking about. DHDSBT... DSBT? BTDH. Secondary meta. Adrenalines. We're gonna live forever. Blast Mine, which is a very rare perk right now. That's it. And who was our Michaela? Michaela was the second most points on the first most points on the team. Our second tunnel, guys. This was our Michaela right here. Huh. Well, apparently in the first half of the match, she did a shitload of work. That's why she has so many points. And then set on hooks the rest of the game. Guy with the rando character name. Surprise. Private profile. With meme and slightly crass names. Daddy is not an uncommon name. As I mentioned before, guys, so putting that aside, guys, I've mentioned before, cheaters almost always have crass names. Like if some not always have crass names, as in the only people that cheat have crass names, but rather if someone has a crass name, they'll usually someone that's like come spunkered 590 or blaze it 420, fuck your mom, or prolapse 9000, shit like that. Like people that have like the really fucked up names are usually people that are just like morally bankrupt and they aren't afraid to cheat. But Daddy is not an uncommon. That's basically a meme name at this point. LSD, because drugs are amazing, right? Cum Spunker, 590. Bukkake face. You know, shit like that. Followed by people with meme names. So you have crass names, then meme names in terms of how likely they are to cheat, and then weebs. And weebs is not common, but basically it's the people that want to be superheroes. They think they deserve to be superheroes, and they're willing to do anything to do it. So everyone wants to be the Hokage, right? I'll be the Hokage. I'm the next Pirate King. Adam, no. Why would I add him? Well, they weren't originally because endurance stacking was in the game, but with today's patch notes, yeah, that's going to change a bit. We are getting into degenerate hours, guys, and more people cheat. You're more likely to run into cheaters as well as ultra swifts and neats around this time of the day, sometimes overlapping with each other in terms of likeliness. And we got an empty lobby. Next game. Oh, the game's putting together a lobby for me. I see. I'll wait for that one. Yeah, but it's not something you will always have people that will say you're wrong because it's subjective. And it basically comes down to you trying to best suss it out. But keep in mind, it is completely subjective. There's a lot of nuances and I want to say sleuthing, deducing you have to go through. That Michaela was normal right up till that point we killed his escort, and after we killed his escort, he just W-keyed and gained a shitload of distance from it. Yeah, it's will always be subjective, and as I mentioned before, I've been streaming for a long time. I used to go through the clips. There'd always be people that argue in chat, no, he's not cheating, etc., etc. The way that I see it is basically I report people that are suspect. That was a really long queue. I report people that are suspect, and BHVR is the one that bans them. So it doesn't, like, that's all the effort I'm willing to put into it. It's not my job. I don't need to sit here and try and nuance, like, go back through the video. Go back through the video and, yeah. Uh-huh. You can learn a lot from people. It's not from their profile, it's from their past names. Most people don't clear them. Some people do. But basically, all the effort, I'll file a report, and that's it. And BHVR can figure it out. And I assume they have some sort of sorting system to figure out whether or not people, like, you know, they look at whoever's reported the most, because that would make the most sense, right? It's sorted by the number of reports people receive. One second, guys. Try something here. curious. One moment, please. Please stand by. Hmm. Hmm. Good, good, good. So hang on, guys. Almost there. Almost there. Uh-oh. Huh. Oh. Oh. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, though, chat. Mm-hmm. A lovely evening. Oh, yeah. A beautifully wonderful evening. Hmm. Good, 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 good. By the way, that weird fucking hiccup that we got yesterday is gone today. Not exactly sure what to make of that. I did some finagling yesterday. Yesterday being Monday. Monday stream. Did some finagling in order to get away from the cheaters. And, well, we still had it afterwards, didn't we? But today we don't have it. Maybe they did some sort of weird update in the background. Because I didn't notice anything. Party streamers. Mm-hmm. Good, good, good. But I don't think our first game today we didn't have the Mega Stutter. I haven't reset my PC. Nothing changed. Except for the finagling. Hilarious. Huh. Okay. That was kind of weird. Huh. There's the rare Dark Theory. Dark Theory's not good, which is why people don't use it, by the way. Dark Theory only serves as a way of covering up people that are speed hacking. I don't even report people that are below, like, 104. That's where I start. Okay. Off we go again. what do we got here? This is probably a 4-man. Crass and Memer. And dodge. Next game. I do have 940,000 blood points too, which is why I was questioning whether or not I should play last game. Motherfucking bitch. Oh my god. I launched last game and I realized that I was full. So missing level 3 deadlock on nurse. Okay. Well, I guess we'll do some blood points then. Bitch. Also, whoops. Ah, there's deadlock 3. Okay. So who else were we putting points into and updating? I think Executioner. We do not have overcharge. We'll actually start looking at other killers again because endurance stacking is not going live. Charge is rank 1. What perks were we looking for? Painting and a wax doll. Hmm? Right. There we go. Okay. Alright, we'll put it off. Memer. And Crass Memer. Oh, possibly cheating. If we are going to stereotype. Right. Hatch main building, hatch main building, hatch main building, chat. I'm gonna forget, but hatch is main building. FYI. Okay. Back in the game we go. We haven't seen Dead Dog in a while. Think we're gonna get a Dead Dog? Mm-hmm. Weird, Dead Dog's usually pretty popular. Good, 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 good. Any day. Rotten Fields. Yep, there it was. Speaking of which, there it was. Alrighty. Buddy, balance. Nope. Wait. There's the other guy. Tommy, don't tell me you're broken. Okay. This too. And the guy with the crass name was the Yui, by the way. Don't care. We got a phase 2 whip. Your usefulness to me is done, Steven. You might drop. This drop said? Nope. It is. Escort. Bye. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Do you not know I have a whip? Once done, hook is all the way across the map. Or Jen. That is unfortunate. Made it. That's unfortunate we took a whip from the Steve, by the way. Or pallet. I thought the pallet was on the other side. What are they doing? Take you back. There's probably someone going around the opposite side right now. Early. Dude, how the fuck do you hit this right? Like, I always bounce off of it. There we go. Leaving Steven? Good for phase 2. Okay. Lovely. Let's go for a regression. Double back. Beautiful. Hi. Pt's up. Okay. DS now. Oh DS, Steven's just dead. Bye, Steven. Okay. Alrighty. Jen had almost no progress on it. Let's go to the corners. I think this one was locked earlier. Barely any progress there. There it is. Cap some of these. This is no progress. There's a marker, so we know which gens that they've touched. Buddy. Is that the Fang? What's going on here? What the fuck does that? Okay. That was a corner. There's nothing in there. There's no scratch marks, no running. Yeah. Let's find which gen they're working on. There we go. That was incredibly fucking weird. Ah. Another one that got tapped. Lots of distance. Mm-hmm. Drop. Phase 3. Mm-hmm. Combine, huh? Going. Don't know. Drop. Yeah. There's a guy here somewhere. I have no idea where he is. Tap first. Pick up stuttering. Yeah, I guess we'll just go in the corner here. Pretty sure he's still over here, by the way. I don't know where he is. That gen that was popped earlier. Nothing. That's our second most done gen right there. There we go. Pt2's up. That was not the play. DS now. It's very hard, by the way. It is very hard when they vault the window in front of you not to punch them. It is incredibly hard not to punch them. Like, it was I counted 14 seconds in my mind, and I could have went good enough, but good enough's not good enough, because you count 14 seconds in your mind, and it's not actually 12 seconds, which is what BT actually is. That guy's still fucking around here somewhere. Let's try the lockers again. You just bait and unhook, too. She's not hard to catch. Progress. Barely any progress. There it is again. Oh, now you want to show yourself. Bye. By the top. Didn't. Well, didn't make it. That's. Alright, DS now. Let's go tap her gen. Not here. DS now. If she saved it, she did not. And she's dead. Let us go tap the gen that they're working on. Looks like they corralled my zombies on accident. Uh-huh. W key and go back around the gens. Guy. Okay. Nothing here. Yeah, I should go for the zombie right now. We know where the last guy is, which is right in front of us. It's Kate. Okay. Oh. And just went through a character model somehow. The fuck is that shit? No idea how I didn't hit her just now. Never dead hard. Yeah, I just punched through the Kate, if you guys missed that. Uh-huh. No idea how. Fuck off, bitch. Only possibility is she got that res off and she dead-hearted immediately when it happened. But I should have hit the other guy if that happened, so... Really, absolutely no fucking idea how I missed her just now. I should have either hit the guy coming off the ground, or I should have hit her. And I hit neither. Good. Antagonization, oh my god. Thank you. Put her. RNG for hatch now, guys. And if we wanted to be sweatier, by the way, we would have bled out our slug. But we didn't do that. Oh, isn't it a hatch kill? No, hatch is main building. I don't think this map has... It has a kill shack. I don't think it counts as the main building, though. Okay. Let's check. Maybe the hatch... Or maybe the kill shack counts as main building because it is central. Nope. Main building, guys. It's just a kill shack. Lovely, beautiful 4K. Lovely, isn't it? Oh, yes. Good, good, good. Weird. They had a key. I didn't even notice they had a key. BT, DS, nothing. Secondary meta. We have boons, irons, and that's it. Thanks. Always tunnel and camp. Glad you know the other 3 guys are solo though. Must be in the know. Good for him. Who is the Kate? That was this guy with the key. Yeah, well, this is a random smorgasbord of perks, guys. Very few meta or secondary meta perks. It's random shit. Some people are running new perks because they're about to be buffed, by the way, so they're getting used to them. Like, lightweight is incredibly uncommon, but it's getting buffed relatively well in the upcoming patch. It looks like nothing of value here. Fucking self-aware, but there's no sprint burst or anything. The fuck? I guess you'll have that. I wonder if that guy that we lost before in the corn was the Pt2. I don't know. On the gen earlier. Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. We had some pretty good games tonight, guys. We had some fun games. We had very few cheater games, surprisingly. That's good. We got away from the cheater mob from yesterday. We're going to save our points for tomorrow. Good. But alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you enjoyed the stream and enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the Survivor, and they didn't really even get all the salty tonight, make sure to follow in the top right-hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, to 1 to 2 a.m., give or take. It depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Tomorrow, guys, will be more of the dibs. We will be working on other killers. I was ready to give up all hope, but it looks like endurance stacking effects are not going to happen, so we won't be relegated to playing Tombstone Myers and Eerie Basement Camping Bubba. So, we dodged a bullet on that one. I still have not played a single game of Bubba, because he's too good at what he does. But that was our backup plan, and now it looks like we don't need to do that. So, that's good. The upcoming patch actually sounds much more balanced now that there's not endurance stacking anymore. But we'll see. We will see, guys. As per usual. But alright, guys. If you guys are curious about the patch notes, or not the patch notes, the dev update from this week, check out the beginning of the stream where I gave my thoughts on it. There wasn't really too much fanfare there. The big one that they really needed to do was remove endurance stacking, and they did so. Dead Hard got more of a nerf, and they might need to readjust it later on, but once again, I'll have to see on how well it actually works in practice. Otherwise, yeah, basically the big thing that happened in the dev update, the second dev update earlier today, was they removed endurance stacking. We covered most of it, though. Iron, another big one, is the changes of Spine Chill. Not specifically Iron Will. Specifically, they're going to be normalizing survivor sounds. And that could be one of three things. I mean, it could be a buff to survivors, if it's based on the quietest of survivors, which is like a Feng. It could be a nerf to survivors, if it's based on a voice like Jeff, right? Or it could be somewhere in between. They might normalize it based on an average somewhere between all the loudest and the quietest survivors. So, that's actually probably one of the most interesting things to come out of the patch notes, is they're going to be normalizing voices, which sounds silly because it kind of is in terms of real life, but this is a video game, it's not real life, and it really needs to be done because of the way Dead by Daylight works. So, it'll be interesting to see how they tackle that in the future. Not so much Iron Will as much as it is a change to being able to hear survivors. I talked about this earlier. I have over 1,000 hours in this game, guys. I've spent a shitload of time, and I've tried my best, and I cannot hear survivors breathing. The only time I ever hear them is if they're literally right next to me, like in the same room. If they are behind a wall, it will muffle the sound, and you won't hear them at all. But sounds of pain, grunts of pain are different, which is what Iron Will affects. Alright, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. We had some pretty good games, and yeah. Okay. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I will see you guys tomorrow night. Have a wonderful Tuesdays, guys. Have a good evening.